The protagonist was originally a villain in a fan service web novel, a delusional fantasy story. But his very first appearance was to break off the engagement with his fiancée, the beautiful CEO, Tu So-nin, because he knew that the male lead, Trong Bak-won, was working as a bodyguard by her side, who is actually a dragon king who loves pretending to be weak, to catch tigers, just to show off to the heroines and steal their women. For the male lead, there is only one path: death. The male lead is Len Ho-hang, a very unlucky guy who died because a billboard fell on his head. He thought he was done for. But who would have guessed he accidentally activated the villain system? Since then, he has been living within these fan service novels, seeing the villain about to meet his end. He only needs to survive the male lead's oppression to clear the stage. The male lead on this path has already experienced all sorts of deaths. For example, being killed by a male lead who opened, hacking a nuclear missile launch, or perhaps the peerless sword immortal protagonist, piercing through his body. This time, his identity is that of a wealthy villain, a second-generation rich kid in the novel, Dragon King. Moreover, the time before that bastard Dragon King rigs him and ruins his life is only a few chapters away. Amidst the bustling scene, a hurried voice suddenly rang out, "Lang Hu-kong, get up quickly. The eldest young lady of the Shao family has arrived at the door." He gently opened his eyes, rubbed his temples with his hand, then sat silently as if trying to recall something. The person next to him asked impatiently, but he only dazedly responded with a sound. His mind held only one thought: damn it, I've transmigrated into a book again. Seeing him still looking dazed, the other guy was so angry he smacked him right on the head. "Hurry up and go out to welcome the guest," he barked. Lang Hu-kong could only scratch his head, completely unaware of what was going on. He was originally the CEO of the Lang Hu Enterprise, belonging to one of the four great families of Tang City. But just at that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed again. The system announced, "The person who just hit you is the grandfather of your current identity. Right now, this world is the novel Si Hai Long Wang Zi. The plot of Kwang Su has reached chapter 35. Before he could even process that, the system dropped another bombshell. Your current identity is the villain, Len Ho-hang, who has only 5 chapters left before receiving his lunchbox death. And the mission remains unchanged: survive at all costs. Hearing this, he could only smile bitterly. Are these 5 chapters a mercy or pure cruelty? While deep in thought, his grandfather in the story gave him another painful knock on the head, yelling at him to stop muttering. Go out immediately and welcome the eldest daughter of the Tu family. If you say one more word, you will learn what true cruelty is. Len Ho-hang held his head, grimacing. He reluctantly agreed and stepped outside. At the gate, he met a female bodyguard who took the initiative to greet him. He politely replied. As he walked past the girl, he couldn't help but wonder, how long has he been living this life of transmigration? Even he himself couldn't remember anymore. He closed his eyes, and memories instantly flooded back. It all started with an unexpected accident. When the giant billboard shook violently, and the support frame suddenly snapped and collapsed. At the very moment he thought he was surely going to die, the system suddenly appeared, initiating the so-called villain survival plan. After a loud explosion, the billboard slammed into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, sending everyone around into a panic. Ever since that day, he has continuously transmigrated through countless different novels. Each time, he had to play a short-lived villain, finding every way to survive and claim rewards. Only by accumulating enough rewards would he have a chance to return to his original world. At the beginning, he had successes, but failures were far more frequent. Thinking of that, he remembered a time he transmigrated into a watering world, laughing loudly amidst the rain of bombs and gunfire, using his bare hands to block every single bullet, and threw it right back. It was so fast that the opponent stared in shock. He even arrogantly shouted, "No one can shoot us." Before the enemy could even finish his sentence after poking his head out, the bomb behind him exploded violently. There was another time in the martial arts world. Before he could react, he was run through the heart by a peerless sword immortal. Moving on to the cultivation world, the ending wasn't much better when he was impaled by a man in white robes, right at the edge of a cliff. As the memories faded, the system's voice sounded again, announcing that the entire plot had been fully synchronized and wishing the host good luck. Returning to reality, Lang Hu-hang, along with his bodyguards, waited in front of the gate. Suddenly, a luxury car slowly came to a stop. Just by looking, he understood that the plot was about to reach the segment where the male lead steals the wife. The car door opened, and slender legs in elegant high heels appeared. Following that was the seductive figure of Xiaoshuaren, who stepped out with a striking aura. He thought to himself that since it reached this point, the male lead would certainly appear as well. Sure enough, behind her, 3 people approached. Among them was a man so handsome that Lang Hu-hang could only sigh at how blinding the male lead's halo was. Despite feeling helpless, he still put on a polite smile, respectfully inviting the young lady Zhao inside, and even took the initiative to ask if she needed help with her bags. His only response was a cold gaze and a blunt command not to touch her. He was trembling with rage inside, but Lang Hu-hang still consoled himself. Just treat it like a wolf holding a flower to please a beauty. Flattery is freedom. Flattery is happiness. Xiaoshuaren looked at him as if he were insane, while in his head, all the character settings immediately appeared. Lang Hu-hang had been pursuing Xiaoshuaren for a whole year, still in vain, and the man behind her was Zhang Buxuan, the Dragon King of the Tang family, and also the absolute male lead of this story. For now, he only holds the identity of a bodyguard by Xiao's side. However, Lang Hu-hang understood this all too well. In this world, a bodyguard is the starting profession for the male lead. From there, he will step by step climb to the top. Trong Bak Wien looked coldly, glaring at him with utter disgust. In contrast, Tu Sonin smiled, handing her bag to Trong Bak Wien and asking him to hold it. He accepted it with immediate delight, then walked away with her, leaving Lang Hu-hang standing silently behind. He could not help but feel bitter, thinking to himself, that fool, Liu Hu-hang had previously exhausted all his resources to help the Taiyu family, but in Tu Sonin's heart, from beginning to end, there was only Trong Bak Wien. Even though the two are currently just friends, he knew the plot would not change. With only 5 years left, trying to wedge himself into their relationship is virtually impossible. Thinking of this, he could only sigh. In this kind of harem novel, the male lead is bound to end up with all the beauties. A villain like him, sooner or later, is destined to die. Rather than being beaten to death, dying quickly is less painful than dragging it out in vain. But right then, he still called out, "To you die to Thursday. I have something to say." Tu Sonin stopped, turned her head coldly, and replied that she did not want to hear a word from him. But as it happens, she also had something to say. Lang Hu-hang, upon seeing her expression, already guessed what it was. Sure enough, Tu Sonin solemnly declared, "You should just give up." She would absolutely never be engaged to him. Even if the Langhu clan used interests to force her father to submit, she still would not agree. However, this time, before she could finish, Lang Hu Heng calmly nodded and immediately replied, "Agreed. Actually, I was just about to say the same thing." This unexpected response made Tui Sonin, who was about to continue, freeze. Her eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what she had just heard. Lang Hu Heng had just firmly proposed calling off the engagement. "That is exactly what I was thinking." Tu Sonin immediately held him back. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Trongbak Wien, standing nearby, also turned around and frowned, suspecting he was up to something again. Tu Sonin became even more vigilant. She looked cold and asked if he was just pretending, and explicitly declared that no matter what he said or did, she would not believe him. Len Ho Heng hurriedly raised his hand to signal her to stop. He smiled awkwardly and denied it, saying he absolutely didn't have that intention. But Tu Sonin just crossed her arms and snorted coldly, believing that everything he had done all this time, she had seen it all. Trying to fool her was useless. With that, she stepped closer, leaving Len Ho Heng speechless internally. He just thought this woman was truly stupid. It was clear she was desperate to be in Trongbak Hyen's harem. Yet he was the one being suckered into being a sycophant. He cursed silently, wishing he could just send the guest away quickly. But Tui Sonin suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked around in a panic, because she had just heard a strange voice. There was only her as a woman here. So, the one who just called a woman stupid? Wasn't he scolding her? While she was still suspicious, Lin Ho Heng, on the surface, still spoke politely. "You are overthinking it. Once we go in to meet the elders shortly, both of us will clarify that we won't get engaged, so you can rest assured." Tu Sonin snorted coldly, and Trongbak Wien also darkened his face. Then the three of them walked into the mansion together. At the same time, the system, panicked, discovered that the host's data connection was glitching, causing a portion of his inner thoughts to be audible to the people. In the book, it wanted to inform Len Ho Heng, but was afraid of having its data wiped and being reinstalled. So it secretly comforted itself that it had patched it for now. The host would only have his inner thoughts exposed when mocking or scolding people. The rest would have to depend on him. Over here, Len Ho Heng seriously calculated according to the plot. The reason he offended Trongbak Wien was because of fighting over Taiyu Sonin. So, as long as he doesn't get engaged to her, the protagonist will have no reason to target him anymore. Thinking about living past the year without any trouble, he was so excited that he grinned sinisterly, making the system shiver in fear. Arriving at the door, Tu Sonin turned to him again, telling Trongbak Wien that he didn't need to come in. Just find a place to rest and wait for her. Trongbak Wien obediently agreed, and she stepped inside, but she was still bothered by that mysterious voice in her head. Earlier, when passing by Len Ho Heng, she heard him silently wondering why she had suddenly left Trongbak Wien waiting outside today, even though she had practically been glued to him all this time. But fortunately, Trongbak Wien didn't get angry. This was truly a good thing. Entering the room, Len Ho Heng stood behind his grandfather, then reported that he had brought Tu Dai to Thursday here. Grandfather happily invited her to sit. Next to them was Taiyu Sonian's father, holding a teacup with a radiant smile. Grandfather immediately told him not to be so distant anymore. He must call her, so Ninan told him to pour her some tea quickly. Len Ho Heng obediently agreed, But internally, he only wished to cancel the engagement quickly. Because this first beauty of the Tang clan, he really dared not touch. Just let her go be part of Trongbak Hyen's harem. Let him get past this brain-dead novel. Tuo Sonin heard those inner thoughts clearly. Cold sweat immediately broke out. It was one thing for him to scold her. But why did he insist on saying she was in Trongbak Hyen's harem? She recalled the times Trongbak Hyen stood up to protect her. Once, saying that as long as he was there, she didn't need to fear even 10 more people. She truly trusted him because he had saved her. But this harem matter clearly had nothing to do with her. Could it be that there were groundless rumors outside? Just as she was pondering, Len Ho-hang walked over, carrying the tea. Grandfather and her father both looked at the two of them with satisfaction. Then, grandfather, Len Ho smiled and said it was time for the two to get engaged. Tu Sonin immediately slammed her hand on the chair, determinedly saying that she did not agree. Because she has no feelings for Lang Hu-hang. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, so she wants to be with someone she likes. Hearing this, Lang Hu-hang, standing behind, was stunned with joy. He immediately agreed, saying she was absolutely right. Forced unions never yield sweet fruits. This engagement must definitely be called off. Tu Sonin turned back, looking at him in astonishment. She didn't expect him to actually go through with it. However, her father walked over and grabbed Lang Hu-hang's hand. He emotionally said he understood his intentions. It was fine that he usually pampered Sonin. But such a major matter could not continue to bend to her whims. He even guaranteed that the two of them would definitely get engaged. Lang Hu-hang was so scared he hurriedly waved his hands. He spoke seriously. Dai Tu Thursday is not an unreasonable person. He had admired her sense of reason since childhood. If she said she didn't want to marry, then they wouldn't marry. They absolutely must not marry Tuatu, so Nin folded her arms and watched him, finding it stranger by the second. Clearly, yesterday he had sent her a 5,000-word letter, full of nauseatingly sweet words, saying he didn't expect any outcome for himself, only wishing to sacrifice everything for her. Before the future arrived, he even called her the most important thing in his life. Yet today, he changed his tune unbelievably fast. Her father was so moved he teared up, thinking Lang Hu-hang was deeply in love, willing to be with Sonin even without a formal title. But even pampering her had its limits. Lang Hu-hang could only feel pained. He blurted out that the uncle was truly a businessman, with a businessman's level of understanding. However, Tu Sonin, father turned to scold his daughter for being unreasonable, insisting that this engagement must go ahead. Lang Hu-hang immediately knelt down, hugged his leg, and wailed, "Please don't go through with it. Please spare me." While he begged with his mouth, in his heart, he cursed Tua Sonin for being an idiot. She acted so tough outside. Why couldn't she be fierce once she got in here? Why not just tell her father directly that she wouldn't marry? Tu Sonin heard every word clearly and gave a cold smile. She grabbed Lang Hu-hang by the collar and said she understood now. Thinking for me, my foot. Not marrying, my foot. It's likely he had already had a change of heart. Lang Hu-hang was left completely frozen by her actions. She let go of his collar and turned to look at her father and elder Lang, then calmly declared that she had thought it through. If there were no feelings, they could cultivate them slowly. With that, she stood up abruptly and firmly agreed to the alliance. Tua Sonin's agreement to the marriage was like a series of lightning strikes hitting Lang Hu-hang, leaving him stunned on the spot. He looked at her with a horrified expression, stuttering that she didn't need to force herself like that. But inside his head, he was screaming continuously. If you took the wrong medicine, hurry to the hospital. If you're still half asleep, go find your mother. Acting crazy like this, what kind of heroine are you playing? Truly a hopeless, brainless woman. I just want to slap you until your head flies off. Just to see what's actually inside. Tu Sonin remained extremely calm, sat down in front of him, and reminded him that marriage was meant to be arranged by parents. Then, she naturally draped her arm over his shoulder, smiled, and asked, "Don't you like me anymore?" Lang Huhang started and hurriedly waved his hands, desperately insisting, "Of course, I still like you." But in his heart, he only wanted to curse the heavens. He thought to himself, he would rather like the villages, so than her. This wasn't about liking or not liking. He really just wanted to pry her head open, to see if it was slippery enough to be a playground slide. Tu Sonin heard every single sentence, the corners of her lips curling up with amusement. She didn't expect Lang Huhang's inner monologue to be so rich, seeing his face looking reluctant, while his heart was screaming. She suddenly felt incredibly satisfied. Lang Huhang couldn't take it anymore. He immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her outside, asking the two elders for permission to talk privately. For a moment, the two elders beamed with joy, urging them to go ahead, saying that if they talked more, feelings would naturally arise. As soon as they stepped outside, Lang Huhang couldn't stop himself from scolding her. "Just now? What on earth were you going crazy about?" Arriving at a secluded corner, he turned around, looked straight at Tu Sonin, and asked seriously, "It is still not too late to call off the engagement now. Do you understand?" Tu Sonin just leaned against the wall. She replied calmly that this marriage was originally arranged by the two families. It had been discussed beforehand. "What reason do you have to refuse?" Lan Huhang hurriedly reminded her. "You yourself once said you wanted to marry someone you truly love. Isn't that reason enough? Furthermore, you used to openly despise me. So, please just let me go. This marriage truly cannot go forward." Tu Sonin nonchalantly raised her finger to stroke her cheek. She smiled and said that for now, she doesn't like anyone. But who knows, maybe after marrying you, feelings might blossom, right? That answer drove Lan Huhang almost to the point of madness. He could only scream internally, begging her not to do this. "If you truly like him, if you marry me, then the one who will surely die is me. Because Trong Bak Wien will absolutely not show mercy." Tu Sonin was becoming more confused by the second. From start to finish, Lan Huhang kept mentioning Trong Bak Wien, as if he were deathly afraid of him. In her eyes, Trong Bak Wien is just a bodyguard, while Lan Huhang is the young master of one of the four great families. Why would he be so intimidated by a mere bodyguard? Lan Huhang held his head and muttered that this time, it is truly too late. Right then, he suddenly slammed his hand against the wall, staring intently at Tu Sonin. Then he asked for the last time if she would agree to call off the engagement. Tu Sonin just smiled confidently. She flatly refused, and asked back what he could possibly do to her. Lan Huhang was immediately rendered speechless, filled with frustration inside. He knew full well that he couldn't do a thing. Moving to the main hall, the MC raised a glass of wine, happily inviting everyone to congratulate the young couple on their engagement. The entire hall erupted in cheers and congratulations. Whispers and chatter also rose up everywhere. Everyone thought that after the Lenho family and the Tu family joined forces, their future would be unstoppable. Some even said that rumors about the eldest miss, looking down on the Lenho young master, seemed to be completely baseless. The atmosphere was lively, except for Baek Wheon, who stood in the back with a dark expression. He gripped the wineglass in his hand so hard it shattered. Then he coldly spoke up to oppose the marriage. Seeing that scene, Len Ho Hang immediately broke into a cold sweat, secretly lamenting that fate still wouldn't let him go. The protagonist has indeed appeared. Patriarch looked at the person who just spoke and asked confusedly who he was. Trong Baek Wheon just smiled coldly, telling him to look closely to see who he is. The Taiyu Patriarch frowned, struggling to remember, causing the crowd to whisper in curiosity. They thought some mysterious figure was about to appear. Finally, he clapped his hands, remembering that he was just his daughter's bodyguard. He immediately stated that a bodyguard has no right to speak on this matter. The crowd, hearing this, burst into mocking laughter, thinking that a bodyguard would dare to oppose the marriage between the eldest miss and the young master. It truly was a rare sight. Hearing those words, Len Ho Hang could only hold his head in helplessness, cursing inwardly. "You bunch of extras, stop drawing more enmity toward me." Tui Patriarch also did not hold back, declaring that Baek Wheon had been fired. Today is the last time he is allowed to step through the front door of the family, and even advised him to finish his meal and leave, as in the future he would probably only be able to make a living by polishing shoes for others. Trong Baek Wheon listened and just gave a cold laugh, brazenly replying that he showed respect to the Tu Patriarch only because of Tua Sonin. Does he really think the matter of his daughter's marriage can be decided by him alone? That arrogant statement made Tua so. She thought to herself, it's her marriage, and her father can't even decide it. Is it now Trong Baek Hyen's turn to decide? She really hadn't realized before that he was such a delusional person. Tu Patriarch finally lost his temper, shouting that he had no interest in continuing to talk to a fired bodyguard, and immediately ordered his men to drag him outside. Two bodyguards quickly stepped forward to surround Trong Baek Wheon. He just glanced at the two of them. He cracked his knuckles and let out a cold, arrogant laugh. He asked Elder Tui why only 2 people were called. Because that many people were not enough. He wanted to take on 10 by himself. The atmosphere in the hall became tense instantly. Elder Tui coldly ordered that, if Trong Baek Wheon wanted it that way, they should all attack at once. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards behind him rushed forward simultaneously, facing the group of men. Trong Baek Wheon stood there calmly and still. Only when the opponents got close did he make his move. The person who lunged first took a direct punch. Another one rushed in and was kicked away. Consecutive attacks were all easily dodged by him. One of them shouted for everyone to charge together. But the result remained unchanged. After a fierce brawl, Trong Baek Wheon still stood tall in the middle, his clothes completely unruffled, while all the bodyguards lay scattered everywhere. He glared like a demon and shouted, "If anyone else wants to come, just come all at once." Witnessing this typical scene straight out of a novel, Len Ho Hang could only tremble. He inwardly lamented that things were going downhill. The protagonist was truly furious. Be himself. Thinking this, he immediately put on a flattering smile, clapping his hands, while praising Trong Baek Wheon for his exceptional skills. He hurriedly rushed over to suck up to him, promising that Taiyu Sonin would certainly not marry him, just as he wished. However, Trong Baek Wheon only scoffed coldly, not bothering to respond to Len Ho Hang at all. He stood there like a little bird, trying to please its master, but was heartlessly ignored. Meanwhile, the guests around started whispering more and more. Some blamed Trung Bak Wien for ruining the engagement party. Others praised Len Ho-hang for his background and his upbringing. They said if it were Tu Thursday, she would definitely choose him instead of a bodyguard who only knew how to fight. The more he heard those words, the more helpless Len Ho-hang felt. He could only click his tongue in frustration. On the contrary, Trung Bak Wien clenched his fists in anger. He coldly concluded that this was all a conspiracy. Hearing this, Len Ho-hang could only drop his jaw in shock. He screamed internally, wondering, what the hell is this cursed novel playing at? The plot is completely derailed. Usually, the extras should only serve as a background for the protagonist to hate the villain. Why are they criticizing the protagonist now? He just wanted to hold his head and cry for help, secretly yelling for Trung Bak Wien to hurry up and steal the bride. Just grab Tu Sonin and run away. She is his wife after all. Why are you just standing there? Looking at the protagonist, Len Ho-hang could only feel helpless, lamenting that he really didn't know how to seize the moment. On the other side, Tu Sonin quietly witnessed everything and burst into laughter. In her eyes, Len Ho-hang, while looking calm on the outside as if nothing happened, was screaming in his heart, no different from an energetic husky. The more she heard those helpless inner thoughts, the more amused she felt, to the point where she had to lean back on the sofa to hold back her laughter. The high and mighty CEO of the Len Ho family was actually foolish beyond imagination. After that, Trung Bak Wien walked up to Tu Sonin, placed his hand on his chest, and sincerely said that he didn't care what others thought. He didn't care at all. As long as she was happy, everything he did was worth it. Taking a step closer, he knelt on one knee in front of her, gently called her name, and affirmed that as long as he was here, no one would force her to marry someone else. Because even if there were many people standing in their way, or so many criticisms, he was not afraid at all. Hearing that emotional confession, Tu Sonin only frowned slightly. On the contrary, Len Ho-hang was overjoyed, continually cheering Trung Bak Wien on for doing the right thing. Next, he just needed to pick up Tu Sonin and run out the door. He definitely wouldn't chase after her. But all his expectations quickly vanished into thin air when Tu Sonin coldly remarked, "How incredibly annoying." That indifferent attitude left Len Ho-hang stunned, as if he had just been slapped in the face. Inside, he was screaming wildly, unable to understand what kind of expression this woman was making. Clearly, hearing that should have moved her to tears, and she should have agreed to follow the protagonist. Tu Sonin glanced at him briefly, as if she had heard all those inner thoughts. Right at that moment, Trung Bak Wien stepped forward, took her hand, and gently told her not to be afraid, promising he would take her away from here. Tu Sonin immediately glared at him, jerked her hand away, and stood up. She bluntly asked who even wanted to go with him. Wasn't he tired of acting so much? Or was there something wrong with his head? After speaking, she turned to call out to Len Ho-hang. That call made him jump in surprise, and he could only respond in a daze. Meanwhile, Trung Bak Wien stood frozen, completely at a loss as to what was happening. Seeing that expression, Tu Sonin calmly turned and walked away, leaving Trung Bak Wien clenching his fists in anger. As she walked, she gradually understood what Len Ho-hang meant. If this world was truly a novel as he always thought, and she was one of the women destined to be by the side of Trung Bak Wien, then, if she followed him today, Wouldn't she really become a member of the protagonist's harem? Just as Len Ho Hang kept mentioning. So Nin slowly approached Len Ho Hang. After hearing his inner thoughts, from the very beginning, she had almost guessed what he was really thinking. And every time she took a step forward, Len Ho Hang panicked and stepped back. Seeing that scene, Trong Bak Wien immediately became furious, loudly calling Tu Sonion's name, and blocked the space between them. He thought she was worried that Len Ho Hang would continue to bother her later, or even hurt her. Len Ho Hang was so startled he jumped, internally screaming, "Why are you standing so close to me? Is he actually going to hit me?" Trong Bak Wien leaned close to his face, coldly warning him that as long as he was there, Len Ho Hang shouldn't even dream of touching Tui So Nin, not even with a single finger. Hearing this, Len Ho Hang went pale, sweating profusely as if he had just taken a shower. He tremblingly asked if Trong Bak Wien was misunderstanding something. Right then, TOHL So Nin coldly pushed Trong Bak Wien aside, annoyingly telling him to stay out of it, because she and Len Ho Hang still had things to discuss. Trong Bak Wien was even more confused, turning to insist to her that he knew she didn't want to see Len Ho Hung and was only forcing herself. If there was anything to be said, he would say it for her. The whole situation left Tui So Nin speechless, while Len Ho Hang could only break into a cold sweat. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore, angrily shouting that Trong Bak Wien should stop being so she would not follow him. But Trong Bak Wien seemed completely unable to accept that answer. He turned abruptly, grabbed Tu Sonion's hands, and insisted, "You are only saying the opposite of your heart. It must be because you're worried about me being retaliated against by the Len Ho family. So you're pretending to refuse." Tu Sonin stood as stiff as a statue, with only one thought in her head. Trong Bak Hyen's way of thinking is truly unbeatable. He really has a problem. Yet he continued to smile, asserting that her silence meant she implicitly admitted it. As expected, she was too gentle and kind. Then, with a touched expression, he added that such a tender girl, who knew how to care for others, how could she fall into the hands of the Len Ho family? As he finished speaking, the smile on his face vanished. His eyes instantly turned ice, and he turned to glare directly at Len Ho Hang with overflowing murderous intent. That one look was enough to make Len Ho Hang tremble uncontrollably. He screamed internally that this look was completely wrong. There wasn't any scene like this in the original story. He knew very well that Trong Bak Wien had developed a murderous intent. But what infuriated him most was Tu Sonin. Inside, he kept cursing her, calling her a foolish woman. All just to kill him. She was putting on such a deep act. All his resentment was poured onto her head. Tu Sonin heard every single word. She was so angry that she felt like crushing the invisible sword stabbing her, just wanting to scold Len Ho Hang back, asking if his brain was filled with water. The two just stared at each other with eyes, one side full of anger, the other full of helplessness. Just then, Old Master Taiyu stepped forward. He spread his arms to block Len Ho Hang, then shouted at Trong Bak Wien that a toad shouldn't dream of eating swan meat. His son-in-law could only be Len Ho Hang. Hearing that remark, Len Ho Hang's head was filled with question marks. He wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, cursing the Tai father and daughter, that they were truly teaming up to push him into a pit. So many arrows of hatred. All his resentment is now directed toward Old Master Zha. He himself subconsciously feels a chill, a cold sensation without knowing why. Trong Bak Weon points directly at old Master Zhao and shouts, criticizing him for forcing Zhao Sonin to marry a good, like Len Hohang, asking if he is even worthy of being a grandfather. After that, he turns to Zhao Sonin, sincerely declaring that in this life, apart from her, he will not marry anyone else. But this time, Zhao Sonin only cautiously backs away, continually waving her hands in refusal, insisting that she truly will not go with him. Inside, she is on the verge of tears, not understanding why this person completely refuses to listen to reason, even though she has rejected him time and time again. Trong Bak Weon still wears a smile as bright as the sunshine, gently saying that he knows she is timid, so she should just stay here for now, and he will definitely return to pick her up soon. Standing by and witnessing everything, Len Hohang is also dumbfounded. He does not understand why Zhao Sonin still refuses to leave. Clearly, this is not the original plot progression of the story. Trong Bak Weon then turned around, glaring at him. His gaze was cold and piercing. He warned Len Hohang that he wouldn't be able to stay arrogant for long. The next time he returns, it will be the time to take his dog life. Not only that, he pointed at all the guests present, declaring that everyone who looked down on him today would eventually kneel at his feet. Begging for mercy, a murderous aura surged violently from him. Hearing this, Len Hohang was stunned. He hurriedly chased after him, trying to persuade Trong Bak Weon to reconsider. He even desperately begged him to take Tu Sonin away with him right now. Trong Bak Weon just scoffed coldly, thinking Len Hohang was being sarcastic. He then affirmed that he was a man of his word, and would definitely take her away. Meanwhile, Tu Sonin remained silently watching Len Hohang, making him feel even more uneasy. He could only silently pray that Trong Bak Weon would take Tu Sonin away right this instant, so that he wouldn't have to come back for his life later. Standing between two men who wouldn't stop bickering, Tu Sonin tiredly rubbed her forehead. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted at the two of them to stop immediately. The explosive atmosphere around her made both Trong Bak Weon and Len Hohang fall silent instantly. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Tu Sonin suddenly grabbed Len Hohang's arm and planted a kiss directly on his lips. That moment made both of them turn bright red, while Len Hohang froze like a statue. Tu Sonin touched her lips lightly and calmly looked at Trong Bak Weon, asking if that was enough to prove she wanted to marry Len Hohang, because the person she loves is him, and Trong Bak Weon can leave now. Those words hit like a bolt of lightning. Trong Bak Weon turned pale and stammered in disbelief, insistently claiming that she had simply lost her way, and he would definitely save her. Before leaving, he vowed he would bring her back to the right path. He walked away, burning with resentment. He even gritted his teeth and threatened that he would bankrupt the entire Linghu group. Len Hohang had not yet regained his composure when the system suddenly appeared joyfully, announcing, "The first stage of the mission has been completed. Zhao Shiren has changed her stance, and she will help the hosts survive the next 5 years." Simultaneously, the system also issued the Stage 2 mission. The reward is a 600-met-squared lakeside villa. Hearing this, Len Hohang could only collapse to his knees, laughing and crying in utter despair. He already had 9 figures in his bank account. What was the point of rewarding him with another villa now? Inside the fully equipped, modern luxury villa, the reward that Len Hohang had just received, after completing the mission, he was leisurely lounging on a soft bed, humming a song while sipping wine, with an extremely relaxed expression. double happiness, enjoying a rare moment of rest. He chuckled and told the system that finally, after the birthday banquet, he could have a few days of peace. Seeing the system looking like it wanted to speak, he asked if there was something it needed to say. The system smiled and immediately delivered the bad news. The Stage 2 script officially begins today. Upon hearing that, Ling Hu Heng's mood plummeted instantly. The system then immediately revealed the upcoming developments. According to the original plot, after being forced into an engagement, Ling Hu Heng and Zhao Shi will be taken by Zhao Dazhu to attend a banquet hosted by Tan Zhuo, the CEO of the Dahao Group. Tan Zhuo is over 70 years old. Due to his poor health, many people take the opportunity to bring famous doctors and rare medicines to curry favor with him. Ling Hu Heng is no exception. He will bring a famous miracle doctor, using the opportunity when Zhao Dazhu introduces him to treat Tan Zhuo. But at that exact moment, Zhang Buxuan will appear, roughly pushing the miracle doctor, brought by Ling Hu Heng aside and declaring that such a quack can never cure Elder Tan. Then he produces the 9 Heavens Mysterious Yin Holy Medical Canon, claiming he has mastered it. In just a short moment, under the witness of everyone, Zhang Buxuan performs his medical arts, causing Elder Tan, who was in a wheelchair, to be able to stand up on his own. Tan Zhuo is extremely excited, repeatedly thanking Zhang Bu. Meanwhile, Ling Hu Heng can only sit despondently in a corner, so desperate that he wants to cry. The system continues, stating that because of this incident, Ling Hu Heng loses his biggest support from the Zhao family, indirectly leading to his death later on. Tan Zhuo even pats Zhang Buxuan's shoulder and declares to Zhao Dezhuang that from now on, his son-in-law doesn't need to show his face around him anymore. That scene leaves both Ling Hu Heng and the miracle doctor he brought completely stunned, as if having a bucket of cold water thrown on them. After hearing the whole story, Ling Hu Heng gritted his teeth, realizing that today is the day of the banquet. He sighed and plopped back onto the bed, lamenting that Zhang Buxuan must have mastered the 9 Heavens Mysterious Yin Holy Medical Canon. It seems I'm about to get my face slapped again. Seeing him discouraged, the system quickly reminded him, don't forget, a villain's mission is to counterattack, and the most important thing is to survive. Right then, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Someone rushed in and shouted loudly, reporting that today is Elder Tan's banquet, and young Master Ling Hu should set out immediately. Seeing the person who just entered, the system suddenly screamed in panic, that's Hu Kong. It immediately warned, this is a character nicknamed the King of Hatred. As long as Hu Kong is by your side, the host's death rate will increase by 50 Fontarum. Upon hearing this, Ling Hu Heng immediately made a decision. He walked over and patted Hu Qiang's shoulder generously, saying that making him a bodyguard would be a waste of talent. From today on, I'm transferring you to Wall Street to be a stock trader for the Ling Hu family. Hu Kong held his luggage, standing there dazed and stuttering, saying he knew nothing about stocks at all. Lang Hu Heng just laughed out loud. He kept encouraging him that if he didn't know something, he should learn. He told him to believe in himself. Before long, Hao Kuang was sitting on the plane with a bewildered look on his face. As for Lang Hu Heng, he stood below, enthusiastically waving his hand to encourage him. Hearing the affirmations that he was the best, Hao Kuang was moved to tears. Waiting for the plane to gradually disappear from sight, Lang Hu Heng wiped his sweat. He breathed a sigh of relief, because he had finally gotten rid of that time bomb. He had set a time for it to go far away. But as soon as he looked at his watch, His face turned pale because the banquet was about to begin. The scene shifts to the luxurious villa, where the party is being held. Guests arrived one after another into the grand hall. A luxury car stopped in front of the gate. Lang Hu-hang adjusted his tie, then talked on the phone while walking. He gently called to Yusonin, telling her he had arrived and asking if she would be there soon. While he was smiling and talking on the outside, internally, he was secretly thinking that, according to the script, the two of them were now engaged. So calling her Sonin was perfectly fine. Just then, a woman with a seductive figure suddenly approached. Her form-fitting black backless dress with a deep cut highlighted her sexy physique even more. Her striking orange hair made her the center of attention. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she slowly walked up to Lang Hu-hang, then suddenly reached out and grabbed his tie. Lang Hu-hang was startled as he looked at the woman in front of him. She felt incredibly familiar. After a brief moment of surprise, he finally remembered who she was. The mysterious girl. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Lang Hu-hang with a gaze that was both seductive and full of malice. He froze for a few seconds before hesitantly calling her name. Mao, Thursday New Yet. Immediately, the system activated the memories related to this character. Lang Hu-hang was stunned to realize that Mao, Thursday New Yet, used to be his college classmate. Back then, the two were very close, often eating together. He even affectionately fed her spoonful by spoonful. They used to hold hands through a period of sweet time, thinking they would never be apart. But in the end, the two broke up just because of a misunderstanding that couldn't be explained. The image of Mao Thursday New Yet crying as she left, despite Lang Hu-hang behind her, trying desperately to hold her back and begging her to believe him, was still clear in his memory. After that incident, Lang Hu-hang threw himself into pursuing to Usonin, like a lovesick fool, willing to do anything for her, but in return, he only received coldness. Ironically, all of it had been witnessed firsthand by Mao Thursday New Yet, making the distance between the two grow even wider. Back to reality. Mao Thursday New Yet smirked, asking him how long it had been that he didn't recognize her. Or had he become such a busy person that he forgot his old flame? That remark made Lang Hu-hang flustered. He hurriedly adjusted his tie and stammered a denial. But just as he unintentionally looked at her, his mind was screaming incessantly, lamenting that this ex-girlfriend was regrettably beautiful, and that not knowing how to cherish her back then was truly foolish. Hearing that strange voice, Mao Thursday New Yet's eyes widened in shock. She looked around, because clearly only she and Lang Hu-hang were there. So who on earth had just spoken? When she turned back to ask him, she realized he had disappeared. It turned out Lang Hu-hang had run over to strike up a conversation with a blonde young man standing next to a luxury car, even pretending to ask about the price as if he were very interested. On the outside, he was chatting naturally, but inside, he was panicking, constantly lamenting that yet another female lead had appeared. It was truly terrifying. Mao Thursday New Yet immediately sensed something unusual. Lang Hu-hang was standing quite far away, yet that voice still rang out clearly, right beside her ear. On this side, Lang Hu-hang still enthusiastically offered the young man a cigarette to continue his act, all while inwardly sighing nonsense that no matter how handsome a body is, it's useless, as in the end, it still gets stolen by the protagonist. He felt so depressed, wondering if this story has no other profession other than being a homewrecker. Even his ex-girlfriend was targeted by the protagonist, It's truly pathetic how he only likes stealing other people's women. Hearing every word clearly, Mao Thursday Nuyet trembled with rage. She walked straight up to Lang Huhang, pointing her finger to demand what he just said. Lang Huhang was completely bewildered, insisting that he hadn't said anything at all. But Mao Thursday Nuyet still blushed, scolding him for not daring to own up to his words, and mocked him for finally managing to lick Tayuso Neon's boots, after so many years of chasing after her. Hearing that, Lang Huhang was stunned. Inside his mind, he immediately retorted, "Lick what, exactly? Who said he wanted to get down on his knees to propose to Tayuso Nin? He didn't even care for that woman at all." Even though he was so angry, his face was twisted. He could only clench his fists tight, unable to do anything about it. Mao Thursday Nuyet quietly observed his foolish expression, and heard his inner thoughts echoing, saying that Tio Sonin was nowhere near as good as her. The remark left her startled. A speculation began to form in her mind. Perhaps Lang Huhang had no idea that she could hear his inner voice. But more importantly, deep down, he actually valued her much higher. Tu Sonin calmed herself down. Mao Thursday Nuyet looked straight at him and asked, "Why is it that whenever Tu Sonin is mentioned, you look so annoyed? Don't you really want to marry her?" Lang Huhang could only sigh helplessly, answering that it was a very long story. But in short, marriage is nothing more than a graveyard. Mao Thursday Nuyet blushed as she looked at him, softly asking, "So, are you still a lovesick fool chasing after Tayuso Nin?" Hearing this, Lang Huhang's mind exploded again. He screamed internally, "Who wants to be her It's all just forced on me." He even complained about Tayuso Nin, saying she made Trong Bak Wien hate him to the bone. In his head, a scene of triumph even appeared, kicking Tu Sonin away and shouting at her to get lost, while cursing this novel as being absolutely absurd. Those thoughts made Mao Thursday Nuyet unable to hold back a laugh, while Lang Huhang just stood there, confused, not understanding why she was laughing so happily. Not giving him a chance to react, Mao Thursday Nuyet stepped closer, gently placing her hand on his chest, and tenderly called his name. She whispered that the misunderstanding, from back then, she had known clearly for a long time, that it was never his fault. As she spoke, she gently stroked his chest. The distance between the two grew shorter, making Lang Huhang blush crimson, nearly causing a nosebleed. In his head, he could only scream that he truly wanted to turn over a new leaf. Mao Thursday Nuyet was 10,000 times better than Tayuso Nin. He was so moved he almost wanted to cry, placing his hand on her shoulder and exclaiming, "Finally, heaven has opened its eyes." At that exact moment, another car pulled up. Tu Sonin had just stepped out and witnessed the entire intimate scene between the two. Her eyes immediately widened, furious enough to want to tear the pair in front of her to shreds. Unable to hold it in anymore, she raised her voice and called out the name of the man standing before her. Lang Huhang. Faced with Lang Huhang being so intimate with Mao Thursday Nuyet, Tu Sonin was so angry her face turned bright red, her eyes filled with burning rage. She gritted her teeth and called his name furiously, wishing she could rush over and pull the two apart immediately. Meanwhile, Mao Thursday Nuyet acted even more provocatively, deliberately stroking Lang Huhang's arm. Every gesture was like a direct provocation, making Tayuso Nin feel even more stifled with rage. But after just a few seconds of losing her composure, she forced herself to calm down. For she was, after all, the eldest daughter of the Tu family. She couldn't afford to make a scene just because of her anger. Thinking this, she immediately changed her attitude. She quickly stepped forward to hook her arm into Lang Hu Hang's. Then, she softened her voice and acted spoiled. She complained that she had been looking for him for a long time. That sudden change of demeanor left both Lang Hu Hang and Mo Thursday Nuyet stunned. Being wrapped around by two great beauties at the same time, Lang Hu Hang could only stare in astonishment. He even blurted out, asking Taiyu Sonin if she had lost her mind. However, Tu Sonin refused to back down. She mimicked Mao Thursday Nuyet's approach, proactively pressing her body against Lang Hu Hang's arm, sweetly calling him husband, which gave everyone goosebumps. Not stopping there, she tilted his face up and unexpectedly stood on her tiptoes to kiss him lightly on the cheek, as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Contrasting with that affectionate scene, Lang Hu Hang was not only unamused, but filled with suspicion, internally cursing Tu Sonin for being as erratic as if she were ill, standing nearby witnessing everything. Mao Thursday Nuyet just gave a cold, dismissive smirk. Clearly, she didn't care at all for that little act. Waiting for the moment Lang Hu Hang hadn't recovered yet, Mao Thursday Nuyet gently reminded him that she would find him to talk during the banquet later. Before turning to leave, she didn't forget to mention that her phone number was still the same. Her seductive appearance and the way she deliberately provoked Taiyu Sonin made the girl stand there, trembling with rage. Right after Mao Thursday Nuyet left, Tu Sonin immediately pinched Lang Hu Hang hard, making him wince in pain. She angrily questioned him. "You're already betrothed, yet you still mess around with other women." Hearing this, Lang Hu Hang also flared up, telling her to stop acting since there was no one here to watch. He bluntly asserted that he had never wanted to marry her from the start. Those words made Taiyu Sonin freeze. She whispered, asking if he truly regretted it. She pulled on his sleeve with a pitiful look, reminding him that once they had announced their engagement in front of so many people, he couldn't go back on his word. But Lang Hu Hang coldly brushed her hand away, telling her it would be better for her to go find her true love. Taiyu Sonin immediately flushed, stubbornly replying that whoever she chose as her true love, that person would be her true love. Just as the two were arguing, Trong Bak Wien, who was behind them, witnessed everything. Seeing Taiyu Sonin blushing while clinging to Lang Hu Hang, he immediately interpreted it in his own way, assuming that Lang Hu Hang was a philanderer who had a fiancée, yet still flirted with other women, and that Taiyu Sonin was the pitiable one. In his mind, the thought quickly emerged. He had to save her from this scumbag. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with rage as if he wanted to crush Lang Hu Hang. He was determined to drag his opponent into the mud so Taiyu Sonin could see his true colors. What a bizarre way of thinking. Walking into the banquet hall, Taiyu Sonin still wouldn't let go of Lang Hu Hang's arm, while he kept brushing her off, warning her not to pull and drag him like that, or others would misunderstand. After that, he softened his tone, explaining that he knew she was just acting this way because she couldn't let go of him yet. Hearing this, Taiyu Sonin felt even more hurt, quietly asking what was there to be shy about, since they were already engaged. Lang Hu Hang could only sigh, even thinking about finding the right moment to call off the engagement. In his mind, at that moment, there was only one thought. If he kept standing next to Taiyu Sonin, Trong Bak Wien would definitely misunderstand even more. Therefore, he must keep his distance. Seeing the ice-cold gaze of Taiyu Sonin sweeping toward him, sending chills down his spine, Lang Hu Hang immediately put on a forced smile and turned to run away, waving his hand and lying that someone was looking for him. Only Tu Sonin was left standing still, a feeling of emptiness and coldness rising in her heart. She lowered her head, hugging her own arms, sadly wondering if he really hated her that much. On the other side, Ling Hu Hang, having just escaped Tu Sonin, stumbled upon her father and an old man with white hair, the kind-faced Tu patriarch. He immediately called me his future son-in-law the moment he saw me. Ling Hu Hung hurriedly stopped, panting while greeting him. Elder Zhao smiled and said he was looking for him, while, excitedly, saying he had prepared a special meeting gift. Then, he introduced the elderly man beside him as Divine Dr. Shengwan, whom he had worked hard to invite. The Divine Doctor adjusted his glasses and greeted him politely. While Ling Hu Hung was still dazed, Elder Zhao leaned close to his ear and whispered the plan. He told him that at the right moment, he should take Divine Dr. Shengwan to treat Elder Tan. Whether it succeeds or fails, it shows sincerity. But if Hei's cured, then the Tan family will definitely take your side. At that time, the Tan family, the Zhao family, and the Ling Hu family will form the most powerful alliance in the country. Hearing this, Ling Hu Hang could only stand there frozen. Sweat poured down him like rain. He tremblingly pointed at Divine Dr. who was looking very smug, and stammered his question. Did I just hear that wrong? Is his surname really and Hei's really that Divine Doctor? Finally, he let out a panicked shout, completely unable to believe what he just heard. The system suddenly appeared again, revealing the next plot point in the original work. According to the original plot, the Divine Doctor that Hu Kong brought to Ling Hu Hang also happened to have the surname. Then Ling Hu Hang would lead this person to meet Elder Tan. But before he could even show off, he was slapped right in the face by Zhang Bai, who scolded him for bringing a quack to deceive people. As a result, Zhang Baixuan became the one Elder Tan praised endlessly, while that Divine Doctor could only kneel in helplessness. Thinking of this, Ling Hu Hung's face immediately turned pale. I intentionally sent Hu Kong far away, just to block this plot point. Yet in the end, Divine Dr. Shengwan still appeared before me. This plot is truly twisted to an unbelievable degree. No matter how much things are changed, the key turning points are still forced back onto the original track. The more Ling Hu Hang thought, the more his head ached. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows. In his mind, the image of Hu Qiang's plane flying far away appeared. Yet the outcome still hadn't changed at all. Just as he was frozen in place, because everything was out of control, Elder Zhao saw him dazed and tapped his shoulder to wake him up. He told him to quickly take Divine Dr. Shengwan inside. Hearing that, Ling Hu Hung immediately thought of the 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best option. He clutched his stomach, curling up and faking a tremble from pain. Then he shouted to Elder Zhao that his stomach hurt too much, and he had to go to the restroom urgently. After saying that, he ran away in a panic, not forgetting to turn his head and ask Elder Zhao to watch over that Divine Doctor for a moment. Elder Zhao only had time to raise his hand and call after him, but Ling Hu Hang had already vanished. Outside the banquet hall balcony, Ling Hu Hang held a glass of red wine, gently swirled it a few times, and exhaled in exhaustion. He muttered to himself that everything was truly too twisted. Just then, a soft, fair hand unexpectedly rested on his shoulder, making him jump. The person who appeared was Mao Kaiwei. She stepped closer, leaning against the wall with him, and then asked softly, "Are you worried about Xiao Sir?" because she had seen everything. As she spoke, her restless hand slowly slid into his shirt. But this time, Ling Huhang immediately grabbed her hand. His mind was sharp, remembering that in the future, she would also be part of Zheng Baixuan's harem. He coldly told her to let go, emphasizing that he was an engaged man. Mao Kaiwei, being rejected, looked slightly embarrassed. Blushing, she asked, "So what if you're engaged? Can't it still be broken off?" Ling Huhang looked at her seductive appearance, and his heart pounded. Though any man would feel a bit stirred inside, he still forced himself to see this as a test of his willpower. He turned his face away, covering his mouth to avoid her. But in his head, there were thoughts that were not decent at all about her hot figure. The scary thing was that those monologues seemed to be seen through by Mao Kaiwei. She was surprised to discover that he really had such thoughts in his heart. So, she wanted to test him even more. She placed both hands on his shoulders, her seductive body pressed close in a posture that made Ling Huhang's face turn bright red. Mao Kaiwei flirtatiously asked him who he liked more, after all, Su Zhaoren or her. Ling Huhang avoided her gaze. His face was as red as a tomato. His words remained stubborn, firmly stating that Su Zhaoren was his fiancée, while she was just a passerby. But inside, he was about to scream because he couldn't take it anymore. Mao Kaiwei looked at his stubborn yet miserable state and became even more smug. Seeing him turn his face away with tears welling up and a nosebleed about to gush out, she became even more excessive by leaning in and gently biting his ear, forcing him to answer. Clearly a passerby could become what kind of friend? Ling Huhang panicked and shouted at her to have some, but the thoughts in his head completely betrayed him, admitting that she was too much to handle. What man could possibly push her away? He was both angry and ashamed, pounding his own chest. His nose bled incessantly, and his cheeks were so red they seemed to smoke. Mao Kaiwei burst out laughing with delight, feeling that this guy was stubborn with his words, but his body was too honest. Moreover, his inner voice was so hilarious that it made her like him more the more she heard it. Ling Huhang just turned to retort when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Zheng Baixuan had appeared. He immediately jolted, cold sweat pouring out. He hurriedly pushed Mao Kaiwei away, fearing that the male lead would catch them in this shady scene. After that, he said with a serious face that as long as the engagement existed between him and her, they would forever be just passersby. But in his heart, he was crying a river, pained by having to push that soft body away. He inwardly screamed, "How on earth could Zheng Baixuan endure this? And if I continue to hold back, I'll probably end up becoming an abnormal man." Truly, the fate of a cannon fodder, only allowed to look but not to touch. Thinking that the protagonist had already approached, Ling Huhang immediately reminded himself to save his own life first. Even so, all his expressions of conflict made Mao Kaiwei laugh until tears came out. While wiping her tears, she blushed and said, Ling Huhang was truly too cute. He was so angry he felt helpless, not understanding that even though he was being so fierce, what she was still laughing about. The more she saw him crying like a big kid, Mao Kaiwei found it even more interesting. Meanwhile, Ling Huhang could only grit his teeth internally, resenting that indeed the heroines in power fantasy novels, besides the male lead, don't treat other men like human beings. Ling Huhang was so angry he ground his teeth when he saw Mao Kaiwei still clutching her stomach, laughing non-stop. He irritably asked if he was really that funny, while Mao Kiwei was wiping her tears and trying to hold back her laughter. She said, "No. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Ling Huhong realized that if he let this situation continue, the plot would deviate even more wearily, so he didn't want to linger any longer. He put his hands in his pockets and walked away coldly, telling himself in his head that tonight he must stay away from these dangerous women, especially that divine Dr. Shi. Stepping through the glass door into the banquet hall, he had already secretly planned that if the divine doctor appeared later, he would pretend to have a stomachache and slip away. It's easy to save face if you lose it, but it's game over if you lose your life. But the moment he opened his eyes, he froze in place. He saw Mao Shuyu sitting on the ground, pitifully calling out that she had sprained her ankle. Ling Huhang was speechless, truly unable to understand how she could fall on such a flat floor. But what terrified him most wasn't her over-the-top acting, but the fact that Zhang Buxuan had turned around and witnessed the scene. Mao Shuyu continued to act coy, reaching out her hand toward him, claiming she couldn't stand up and wanted him to help her. She looked weak and pitiful on the outside, but inside, she was calculating that if Ling Huhang didn't like Xiao Sunian anymore, she had to make him fall for her again. However, Lang Huhang didn't fall for her trap. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and coldly, "Who else can you blame for falling?" Then, he turned and walked away, leaving Mao Shuyu sitting bewildered on the floor. But after taking a few steps, he felt something was wrong. He couldn't get close to her, but he couldn't afford to offend her either. If Mao Shuyu got angry and went to tattle to Zhang Buxu, the protagonist would surely settle the score for her. By then, his own life would be as good as finished. Just as he was weighing his options, Mao Shuyu, sensing his weakness, immediately yelled that if he didn't come back to help her, she would be so angry she'd die. And once she got angry, the consequences would be dire. Lang Huhang panicked the moment he heard that, hastily turning back to coax her. He told her not to be angry with his mouth, while his hands quickly helped her up. On the surface, he gently told her to walk slowly, but inside, he was screaming, begging her not to lean in so close, because she was one of Zhang Buxuan's harem members. Meanwhile, Mao Shuyu was secretly triumphant, thinking this was only the beginning. She deliberately fell into Lang Huhang's arms, creating an intimate scene, looking just like a real couple. Deep down, however, she felt uneasy, thinking that as the noble daughter of the Mao family, she deserved better. Why am I being labeled as one of Transmigration Haiyan's harem members? How could this even happen? Len Huhang tried to appear calm, asking her if she could walk or if she needed a doctor. But Mao Thursday New Yet acted even more intensely, weakly claiming she couldn't walk at all. Ben took his hand and placed it on her waist, coquettishly suggesting he should carry her instead. After all, he had already touched her waist. That sentence hit his weakness like a strike, making Len Huhang blush furiously. His nose starting to bleed again. He screamed internally that this was clearly a foul play. This ambiguous scene of one supporting and the other leaning was unfortunately witnessed entirely by Transmigration. He immediately rushed over, placed his hand on Len Huhang's shoulder, and angrily shouted for him to let her go. Len Huhang was so scared he looked like he'd seen a ghost, stuttering as he called out Transmigration name. But the guy surnamed Trung didn't care for any explanations, directly pulling Mao Thursday New Yet behind him, and cursing Lin Huhang for being a piece of trash. Before Mao Thursday New Yet could even process what was happening, Transmigration already put on a protective front, telling her not to be afraid and to stand behind him. She looked at him blankly, asking who he was. But Trong Bak Weon completely ignored her, only angrily pointing his finger at Len Ho Hang and scolding. On one hand, you tricked Tu Sonin into an engagement. On the other, you're here molesting an innocent girl. Len Ho Hang could only feel helpless after hearing this. His head filled with question marks, wondering who on earth he had supposedly molested. Trong Bak Hyen's roar echoed throughout the banquet hall, causing all the guests to turn their heads in unison, looking toward the balcony. He didn't care about saving anyone's face. Pointing directly at Len Ho Hang and calling him shameless. You already have a fiancé, yet you still don't know how to keep your distance from other women. Seeing all eyes focused on them, Mao Thursday Knew Yet hurriedly spoke up to mediate, hoping the two of them would stop arguing. However, Trong Bak Weon spoke even louder, blatantly declaring that he wasn't arguing, but rather unilaterally condemning Len Ho Hang. He flicked his coat aggressively, radiating intense aura while loudly proclaiming that Taiyu So Nin needs to see this guy's pathetic face sooner rather than later. Just as the atmosphere became tense like a taut string, from within the crowd, a tall man appeared, with a crew cut and a long scar on the corner of his eye. He pushed the guests aside and coldly asked what exactly was happening, and what relationship they had with his younger sister. The person who had just arrived was Mao Xiaojun, the eldest son of the Mao Corporation. The moment he saw him, Len Ho Hang immediately recalled the entire plot. In his eyes, Mao Xiaojun and Trong Bak Weon looked at each other like mortal enemies. But in reality, they were accomplices of the same ilk. According to the original plot, Mao Xiaojun and Mao Thursday Knew Yet were the two children representing two branches of the Mao clan, constantly fighting for inheritance rights. But before that war broke out, Mao Xiaojun had secretly joined hands with Trong Bak Weon. The two planned for Mao Thursday Knew Yet's father to pour $10 billion into a bubble project called Photoelectric on Mars, on the surface. Trong Bak Weon insisted the project would surely fail, thereby causing the assets of Mao Thursday Knew Yet's branch to collapse and the power to fall into Mao Xiaojun's hands. But behind it all, Trong Bak Weon was secretly plotting another move. When the Mo family fell into crisis, he would step in to help, winning Mao Thursday Knew Yet's favor, and finally taking both the beauty and the fortune for himself. In Len Ho Hang's imagination, the two were sitting on a mountain of gold and silver, celebrating their victory, with Mao Thursday Knew Yet leaning in Trong Bak Hyen's arms, officially becoming one of his harem members. Thinking of that, Len Ho Hang could only grit his teeth and curse silently. These two were truly a pair of detestable old foxes. However, all those thoughts were read by Mao Thursday Knew Yet. She looked in horror at the brother she had always trusted, not expecting a relative to collude with an outsider to harm her and her entire family. Mao Xiaojun was still solicitously helping his sister up, asking her all sorts of questions with a worried expression. But the more she looked at that concern, the more Mao Thursday Knew Yet felt a chill down her spine. In her mind, she suddenly remembered what her father had mentioned about the photoelectric project on Mars. It was true that the family had invested in it. She immediately understood she couldn't act rashly, so she pretended not to know anything, gently saying she was just a bit dizzy and would be fine after a rest. However, deep down, she didn't stop analyzing. The thing that puzzled her most was why Len Ho Hang, who never cared about investment or business, knew so clearly about this conspiracy. The more she thought, the more she suspected that perhaps he had always been silently watching over and caring for her. That thought made Mao Thursday Knew Yet's face flush red. her hand unconsciously tightening around the wine glass until the wine spilled out. Meanwhile, Trong Bak Wien still wouldn't let Leng Hu Hang go. He grabbed his arm tightly and shouted at him to get out of there, claiming he had seen with his own eyes that he had bullied Mao Thursday Nuyet. Hearing this, Mao Thursday Nuyet immediately spoke up to stop him. She asserted that Leng Hu Hang did not bully her at all, but only helped her stand up after she tripped, and he was actually very polite. She demanded that Mao Xiaojun let go of Leng Hu Hang. Trong Bak Wien stubbornly refused to accept it, but this time, Mao Thursday Nuyet was genuinely angry. She stepped forward, took hold of Leng Hu Hang's arm, pointed directly at Trong Bak Hien's face, and coldly reminded him that he was just a bodyguard. What right did he have to cause trouble here? That action left even Leng Hu Hang stunned. While Trong Bak Hien's face darkened, his gaze so cold that it gave Leng Hu Hang goosebumps. In his heart, he could only lament to the heavens, feeling that he had once again been dragged into the protagonist's grudge for no reason. He knew the type of person Trong Bak Wien was all too well. Whenever someone made him lose face, all the resentment would inevitably be poured onto him. Just then, Mao Thursday Nuyet leaned close to his ear, whispering that her legs still hurt, and wanted him to help her go and rest. Leng Hu Hang immediately refused, as he only wanted to keep his little life, not daring to continue getting involved with her. Unexpectedly, Mao Thursday Nuyet pinched him hard and threatened. If he refused again, then she would scream that you are harassing her. Driven to a dead end, Leng Hu Hang could only grit his teeth and accept it. He lamented incessantly in his heart. What an incredibly cunning woman. Mao Thursday Nuyet smiled triumphantly and pulled him away from there. But before leaving, she turned her head to look coldly at Mao Taiyuquan, saying that once the truth is investigated, she will definitely settle the score with this dear older brother of hers. That statement startled Mao Taiyuquan, leaving him standing there paralyzed. A sense of unease suddenly welled up in his heart, as if his secret were about to be exposed. In the reception room, there was absolutely no one around. Leng Hu Hang gently helped Mao Thursday Nuyet sit down on a chair, then politely invited her to rest. He himself sat down on the floor, but his mind was filled with only one thought: finding a chance to slip away. He calculated to himself, as soon as I step out the door, you'll run for it. However, Mao Thursday Nuyet had already read his intentions. She glanced at him, thinking to herself that she would never let him escape. Right after that, she acted coquettishly, complaining that her legs hurt and asked him to massage them. Looking at the long, fair legs in front of him, Leng Hu Hang immediately blushed and awkwardly refused. Mao Thursday Nuyet calmly lifted the hem of her skirt slightly, revealing her legs even more, making him even more flustered. In his mind, he could only scream that if he actually touched her and Bak Wien found out, he would surely hate him to death. Despite his hesitation, Mao Thursday Nuyet deliberately placed her feet on his lap, gently saying she only wanted him to do this. If he continued to refuse, she would immediately scream that he was being disrespectful to her. Hearing that familiar trick, Leng Hu Hang could only be speechless. He knew clearly that if she really cried for help, even if he were innocent, the one to be blamed would still be him. Mao Thursday Nuyet did not say much more, calmly raising 3 fingers to begin counting down. Counting to 3, then 2, but Leng Hu Hang still wouldn't budge. Just as she prepared to count the final number and threatened to call for help, he immediately surrendered and hurriedly agreed to give her a massage. Saying that, he took off her high heels He gently massaged her calves and ankles. As soon as he touched her feet, Mao Thursday Nuyet shuddered slightly, her face flushing red. Len Ho Hang continued the massage reflexively. While doing so, he asked, "Is the pressure okay, Mao Thursday?" Nuyet, feeling shy, replied that she was fine with him continuing just like that. The atmosphere between the two gradually became ambiguous. Unconsciously, Len Ho Hang kept moving his hands, causing Mao Thursday Nuyet to hurriedly tell him not to go any higher. However, he was still focused on the massage, innocently asking if she needed him to massage the inner side as well. That question made Mao Thursday Nuyet blush even more, and she quickly stopped him. After a while of being massaged, she leaned back into the chair, her body trembling slightly, and kept praising Len Ho Hang's exceptional skills. Len Ho Hang still maintained an innocent facade, but a nosebleed had silently started dripping down at some point. In his heart, he could only wonder, why are things getting weirder and weirder? Night fell in a secluded corner of the Zhao family garden, where only the dim streetlights glowed amidst the trees. Trong Bak Wien struck a match to light it, then offered it to light the cigarette for Mo Taiyuquan to show his sincerity. He sighed and said that Mao Thursday Nuyet seemed to have been charmed by Len Ho Hang, to the point that she had even started to overlook him, so he wanted to ask what he should do next. Mao Taiyuquan took a drag of his cigarette and calmly asked in return, "Is it possible that Trong Bak Wien has already fallen for my sister?" He then leisurely analyzed that Mao Thursday Nuyet had always admired strong men. As long as Trong Bak Wien was capable enough to make an impression, she would sooner or later be with him voluntarily. While speaking, Mao Taiyuquan patted his shoulder to encourage him. However, Trong Bak Wien still felt uneasy. He said he felt that Mao Thursday Nuyet and Len Ho Hang seemed very close. He wondered if the two had any relationship in the past. Mao Taiyuquan exhaled smoke and explained, "It is true that they knew each other, but that is all in the past. Now, Len Ho Hang already has a fiancé. Between the two of them, at most, it's just a reunion to catch up on old times." After saying that, he threw his cigarette to the ground. He crushed it under his shoe and said he was going to the restroom first. He would come back to continue the conversation later. Watching Mo Xiaojun walk away, Trong Bak Wien immediately changed his expression. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. His eyes turned cold. A single thought filled his mind: sooner or later, all the women around Len Ho Hang would belong to him. Just as he was lost in his delusions of victory, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. The people who appeared were Taiyu Sonin and her father, Tuyu Daitrang. Tu Patriarch happily introduced that this was the miracle doctor that his future son-in-law had brought. He also hoped Master Dam would help facilitate the introduction. Hearing that, the corner of Trong Bak Hyen's mouth slowly curled up into a sinister, mocking smile. In his eyes, the opportunity to bring down the Tia family, the Mao family, and the Len Ho family all at once had finally arrived. While the banquet hall was still crowded with guests, suddenly a piercing shout rang out, startling everyone. Master Dam had fainted. The news instantly caused the festive atmosphere to vanish in the blink of an eye. Everyone rushed toward Master Dam's lounge. Inside the room, the white-haired old man was lying motionless on the bed. Beside him, a woman was sobbing uncontrollably. A middle-aged man, along with a lean elder, kept calling for him to wake up. The middle-aged man anxiously ordered the servants to quickly bring medicine for the old master. Not long after, Len Ho Hang, Mao Thursday knew yet. To a Dai Trang, and the miracle Dr. Shangguan arrived. Looking at Master Dam's condition, a patriarch leaned in close to Len Ho-hang and whispered that his brother-in-law's condition was getting worse by the day. He then told him to bring the miracle Dr. over to examine the patient later. He even turned to ask the doctor if he was confident. Miracle Dr. Shangguan adjusted his glasses and flashed a confident smile, asserting that he was 100% sure. He said that once he checked the pulse, he would have a cure. Conversely, standing in the corner of the room, Trong Bak Wian just glanced at him and chuckled coldly. In his heart, he despised the guy as nothing more than a quack posing as a miracle doctor. He also thought to himself that Len Ho-hang was bound to be unlucky this time. Right at that moment, Master Dam slowly regained consciousness. The middle-aged man immediately helped his father sit up and sadly recounted that they had invited countless famous doctors, but the condition showed no signs of improvement. Even the medicine was losing its effect. He bowed before all the guests, sincerely pleading that, if anyone had a way to save him, the Dam family would surely be eternally grateful. Behind him, Mao Xiaojun immediately whispered to Trong Bak Wian, reminding him that this was the head of the Dam family, and asked how confident he was if he were to intervene and provide treatment. Outwardly, Trong Bak Wian still acted modest, but inwardly he looked down on Mao Xiaojun for being too desperate to curry favor with the Dam family. He quickly calculated that once he secured the backing of the Dam family, it would be easy for Mao to take the position of the head of the Mao Corporation, and for himself, he would also have a stepping stone into the upper class. Thinking this, Trong Bak Wian calmly replied that he couldn't be certain without checking the pulse, but just by looking at the symptoms, he was already more than 50% sure. Hearing this, Mao Xiaojun was visibly delighted, immediately patted his shoulder, and promised that if he healed Master Dam, he would definitely share a portion of the benefits with him. Trong Bak Wian smiled on the outside, but cursed the other party as a fool on the inside. However, since the guy still had utility value, he decided to cooperate for the time being. Mao Xiaojun immediately pulled him toward the hospital bed, urging him to hurry and check Master Dam's pulse. Unexpectedly, Trong Bak Wian raised his hand to stop him. Mao Xiaojun was confused and asked what he was waiting for. Then he slowly explained that he wanted to raise his own value. Then there must be someone to act as a foil first. If they cure him right away, no one will know the extent of their skills. It's better to let Divine Dr. Shangguan take action first. Mao Xiaojun immediately became worried. What if this famous divine doctor actually cures him? Zhang Buxuan only smiled with full confidence. He asserted that the opponent definitely could not cure it. When even the divine doctor is at his wit's end, only then will he appear to save the person. At that time, everyone will admire him even more. After hearing the analysis, Mao Xiaojun immediately nodded in agreement. He even praised Zhang Buxuan for his deep calculations. Then he proactively stepped forward. He introduced Divine Dr. Shangguan to the Dan family. He suggested letting this divine doctor perform the examination first. The middle-aged man was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately thanked Master Zhao and Divine Dr. Then he earnestly pleaded for their help. Divine Dr. Shangguan calmly stepped forward, preparing to take the pulse. Behind him, Master Zhao cleared his throat slightly, as if giving a subtle reminder. Divine Dr. Shangguan turned his head to look at him. The two only exchanged glances, but they both understood each other's meaning. Meanwhile, Ling Huhong stood to the side, watching this scene while breaking into a cold sweat. In his heart, he couldn't stop, lamenting that everything was already prepared. "Why are you looking at me now?" Master Zhao stepped forward and took Elder Dan's hand. He solemnly introduced Shangguan as the 18th generation successor of the royal physician Wang family, the one praised as the reincarnation of Hua Tu. He would surely cure the illness. Hearing those flattering words, Ling Huheng just wanted to cry. He silently begged Master Zhao not to exaggerate so much. "If something goes wrong, all the eventual resentment will fall on my head." At this moment, Divine Dr. began to take Elder Dan's pulse. After stroking his beard in contemplation for a while, he slowly said that this illness is not incurable. That statement immediately made Elder Dan's son light up with hope. Divine Dr. continued to analyze that the illness had formed long ago. The meridians are blocked, and toxic qi has accumulated in the heart and liver. That is why it's so dangerous, according to him. Just by using the Wang family's heavenly silkworm 9 heavens divine needle, to apply one needle, the illness will be cured. Standing behind Zhang, Buxuan only gave a cold snort. In his heart, he kept mocking, according to him. This so-called heavenly silkworm 9 heavens divine needle is nothing compared to the heavenly flower, spirit-gathering divine needle that he possesses. Once that needle is lowered, Divine Dr. will have his reputation ruined, and Ling Huheng will also be dragged down into the abyss with him. Right before starting the treatment, Divine Dr. unexpectedly turned to call Ling Huheng to give him a hand. Hearing his name called, Ling Huheng was startled and pointed at himself, then repeatedly declined. He asserted that he had never studied medicine and could not be of any help at all. In his heart, he could only lament. To treat an illness, you should find a doctor. Why drag me in just to make up the numbers? If something happens tonight, won't all the blame fall on my head? Divine Dr. Shangguan smiled again, thinking that Ling Huheng was being too modest. He also mentioned having heard of this young master's reputation before, having a medical talent since childhood. Even last time, just because he happened to hit a few acupuncture points, his chronic shoulder pain was completely cured. Hearing those flattering words, Ling Huheng was simply speechless. He thought to himself that the villains in this novel are coordinating so blatantly that they don't even bother to hide it. Not letting him continue to refuse, Divine Dr. Shangguan immediately began the acupuncture. Ling Huheng stood by, watching each needle, and unconsciously analyzed them in his head. According to him, if the patient has a headache spreading to the neck and fears cold wind, one must use the Jin point to dispel the wind cold from the Taiyang meridian. Then, coordinate with the Baihui Shenting, Banch, Zhongwan Niguan and Yangquan points to move the qi, activate the blood, and clear the meridian. The sequence of the needles is perfectly correct. It's just a pity that the force is still a bit lacking, right at that moment. Trong Bak Wian spoke coldly and sarcastically, asking a nameless nobody where he got the right to judge medical skills. Len Ho-hang immediately retorted, asking aggressively if he wasn't feeling guilty. Then why didn't that guy dare to look him in the eye? Trong Bak Wian instantly flew into a rage. He shouted loudly, ordering young Master Dam to kick this good-for-nothing out immediately. Don't let him be an eyesore to old Master Dam. But Len Ho-hang calmly stated that, in this very room, only Trong Bak Wian truly has the ability to cure old Master Dam. If he is kicked out now, then the last hope will also vanish. Hearing that, Divine Dr. Thuong Quan angrily roared, thinking that a young brat was being arrogant, daring to look down on him. and Len Ho Hang, while watching the scene unfold, quietly predicted it according to the plot. Story. What happens next will surely be an argument followed by a bet. True enough, Divine Dr. Thuong Quan immediately spoke up, challenging Trong Bak Wien. If he dared to make a bet, Trong Bak Wien agreed without hesitation. Divine Dr. Thuong Quan explained that the acupuncture method just used was to restore essence and replenish energy. There was only one final needle left. If that needle cures Old Master Dam, then Trong Bak Wien must kneel down and kowtow to apologize in front of everyone. But he didn't stop there. He also demanded that Len Ho Hang kneel as well. Hearing that he was dragged into the bet for no reason, Len Ho Hang could only look confused, asking what this had to do with him. Trong Bak Wien immediately accepted the challenge, but also put forward a if Divine Dr. Thuong Quan fails to cure him, then both he and Len Ho Hang must kneel and kowtow before him. Divine Dr. Thuong Quan agreed without a second thought. Standing in the middle of that ridiculous bet, Len Ho Hang could only curse himself for being unlucky. In his mind, he quickly recalled the original plot. According to the rules, Divine Dr. Thuong Quan would certainly fail, because his 9 Heavens Silk Needle set was still missing, the most important step, which is drawing blood. After the final needle, it is mandatory to prick the Dai Tri acupuncture point. Only then would the entire method be complete. The unfortunate thing is, Divine Dr. Thuong Quan was completely unaware of this secret, while Trong Bak Wien possessed the entire secret technique. Therefore, all of Divine Dr. Thuong Quan's efforts ultimately only served as a stepping stone for Trong Bak Wien to gain fame. Thinking of this, Len Ho Hang could only sigh. With the status of the protagonist, Trong Bak Wien was destined to conquer countless beauties for his harem. Kneeling and perhaps he could endure that for now. But immediately after, another thought flashed through his mind. No matter what, as long as he draws blood at the Dai Tri point, he could save Old Master Dam. Just out of the desire to prevent Trong Bak Wien from sailing smoothly and adding more people to his harem, he couldn't let everything proceed according to the plot anymore. After completing the final needle, Divine Dr. Thuong Quan smiled as he retracted the needles, then confidently said Old Master Dam could now get up. True enough, just after sitting up, Old Master Dam was surprised to realize the chest tightness had almost disappeared. The headache also subsided significantly. He repeatedly thanked Divine Dr. Thuong Quan, and everyone around didn't hesitate to shower him with praise, believing that today they truly witnessed the medical skills of a true divine doctor. Only Len Ho Hang stood there, stunned. In his mind, questions kept appearing. According to the plot, after this needle, Old Master Dam had to cough up blood, so that Trong Bak Wien would have a chance to step in. Why were things so different from the original rule? But just before he could understand what was happening, Old Master Dam suddenly clutched his chest, then unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The whole room immediately fell into chaos. The family members rushed over to support him. Seeing that Trong Bak Wien wore a triumphant smile, he shouted loudly, "Do you all believe me now?" he asked, following his own logic. Shangwan the miracle doctor is nothing but a quack. The consequences today are just the price you have to pay, because you all trusted the wrong person. He also coldly added, "If you had just begged me from the very beginning, Old Master Tan would have been saved long ago." Not only that, he also deliberately insinuated that some people were just chasing fame, which is why they followed this quack. In the end, they just brought defeat upon themselves. After that, Trong Bak Wien suddenly changed the terms of the bet. He said he didn't need Sheng Guan, the miracle doctor, and Len Hohang to kneel down anymore. He only needed Len Hohang to kneel and lick his shoes clean. Then the bet would be considered void. As he spoke, he glanced at Tu Sonin, pretending to be righteous, claiming he did this just to help her vent her anger. Because Len Hohang kept playing both sides, constantly tangled between his fiancée and his ex-girlfriend. So someone had to teach him a lesson. Tu Sonin heard this and immediately retorted coldly, asserting that she did not need him to meddle in her business. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Mao Thursday Nuyet suddenly spoke up. She said that while everyone else didn't understand Shang Guan, the miracle doctor, she remembered clearly. In the past, he had treated a case similar to old Master Tan's, and the final step was to draw blood from the Daki acupuncture point. Hearing that, even Len Hohang couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, she knew it so well, yet she was pretending all this time. Unexpectedly, at that moment, another person stepped forward to confirm, saying they had witnessed Zhang Guan the miracle doctor, using the blood drawing method at the Daki point. To save a patient, even Shang Guan himself was bewildered, not understanding when he had suddenly acquired such a miraculous skill. However, he quickly regained his composure and solemnly explained, coughing up blood isn't necessarily a bad thing. If stagnant qi and blood are blocked, they must be released. After completing the blood drawing step, everything will be fine. Hearing this, Trongbak Hyen's expression changed instantly. He didn't expect his plan to face such a veritable Shangguan, the miracle doctor, quickly performed the final step. Just a few minutes later, old Master Tan suddenly felt his whole body become light, his 5 senses becoming sharp and clear, as if his body had been infused with new vitality. He joyfully stood up abruptly, repeatedly asserting that he had fully recovered. The entire Tan family was instantly moved and excited, ceaselessly thanking Shangguan, the miracle doctor, hailing him as a reborn Hua Tu. At the same time, everyone turned to thank Len Hohang for inviting this miracle doctor. Shangguan, the miracle doctor, however, was still confused inside, continually wondering to himself, since when did I know that blood drawing technique? As for Trongbak Wien, he was completely dumbfounded. Len Hohang looked at his stunned state, then smiled and reminded him of the bet from earlier. He calmly asked him, "Didn't you just say that? Whoever loses has to kneel." Now that the result is clear, it is time for Trongbak Wien to keep your word and kneel before Len Hohang. Facing the demand to fulfill the bet, Trongbak Wien just sneered and mockingly retorted, stating that he would absolutely never kneel to a half-baked quack and an idiot with no brains. Hearing that, Shangguan the miracle doctor was instantly enraged, pointing at his face and shouting, "I am the one who just saved old Master Tan, in front of everyone. Yet a junior like you dares to open your mouth to insult and belittle your senior." Standing by the side, Len Hohang could only sigh to the heavens. The two of them can argue however they want. As long as they don't drag me into it, it's fine. Trongbak Wien still refused to bow his head. In his heart, he thought, the heavenly spirit acupuncture is a technique I inherited. How could I kneel before a crippled old man like Shangguan? He decided to use this opportunity to display his skills, not only to let everyone know about his medical expertise, but also to make Tu Sonin witness his true power right then and there. The silver needles in Zhang Buxuan's hand simultaneously flew up, leaving the entire room in shock. The guests constantly marveled at the sight. Some even thought they were watching a magic trick. But some recognized it as the heavenly flower, spirit gathering divine needle from the legends. The scene of using inner strength to control needles as thin as hair made everyone unable to hide their admiration. Divine Physician also had to admit that this young man indeed had some talent. Only Ling Huheng remained calm while watching. In his eyes, this was nothing more than a distraction tactic. Since he didn't want to kneel, he put on a show just to brag. What a show-off king. However, right after that, he was dazed when he discovered Zhao Ran and Mao Kaiwei weren't looking at Zhang Buxuan at all, but were instead stealing glances at him. In his heart, he could only laugh bitterly, not understanding why those two kept staring at him instead of watching the protagonist's performance. Seeing the atmosphere start to calm down, Mao Xiaojun immediately stepped out as a mediator. He said Zhang Buxuan was also someone with great skills. Perhaps because of a disagreement on medical views with Divine Physician Sheng, that he misspoke. He hoped the senior would be generous enough to overlook it. Divine Physician Shengguan only gave a cold laugh, mocking that if someone wanted to mediate, they had to see if others would even give them face. Don't turn yourself into a useless person who ends up being forced to kneel and lick shoes. Mao Xiaojun kept his smiling face, even praising that Divine Physician Shengguan's treatment was what truly made everyone admire him the most. At the same time, he said everyone just wanted to save old Master Tan. They only differed in their methods. Right at that moment, old Master Tan spoke up, thanking everyone who was present today on his behalf. Meanwhile, Ling Huheng silently glanced at Mao Xiaojun, cursing him in his heart. Truly, Zhang Buxuan's #1 lapdog. He believed that if he were the one who lost today, this guy would surely be the first one to rush over and force him to kneel. On the other side, Zhang Buxuan approached Zhao Ran again. He explained in a low voice that, earlier, it was only because he was too agitated that he misspoke, and he hoped she wouldn't be angry. Zhao Ran replied indifferently, saying that matter had nothing to do with her, and he didn't need to explain. But Zhang Buxuan continued to express himself. He said currently he was just a lowly bodyguard, but it wouldn't stay that way forever. With his own talent, he believed it wouldn't be long until he could give her a life of wealth and prosperity. He affirmed that everything he did today was for her, only wanting to seize every opportunity to prove his ability, to become a stronger person, and to bring her a better future. Hearing those words, Zhao Ran wavered for a moment. But then her mind recalled Ling Huheng's thoughts from earlier. She suddenly realized that those sweet words that once moved her might just be a speaking skill that Zhang Buxuan intentionally used. The more she thought, the more she felt that without Ling Huheng's reminder, she might have actually believed these words. While Zhang Buxuan still thought Zhao Ran had softened her heart and was prepared to forgive him, Ling Huheng remained indifferent, reminding himself that he was just a person who transmigrated into this novel. If others wanted to become part of the protagonist's harem, that was their choice. As for him, he had no intention of actually considering Zhao Ran as his wife just because of a marriage contract. Just then, Zhang Bu was still calling Zhao Ran's name anxiously. She suddenly cut him off coldly. She clearly reminded him that the content of the bet earlier was that whoever lost had to kneel and kowtow in front of everyone. Then she looked straight at Zhang Buxuan and asked if he was so naive as to think he could break his word in front of everyone. Hearing Zhao Ran mention the bet again, Zhang Buxuan was stunned. He completely didn't expect that the person who stepped up to force him to fulfill his promise would be her. In his heart, he couldn't stop screaming, "What on earth is happening?" Ling Huhang was just as confused. He only wanted Zhao Churin to go with the flow and let it slide. Yet she intentionally pushed Zhang Bexuan into a corner. While Ling Huhang was still having a headache, Zhao Churin unconsciously grabbed his hand. That action made her blush involuntarily. In her heart, she believed even more that Ling Hang still had feelings for her, otherwise, he wouldn't have instinctively protected her like that just now. Seeing Zhang Buxuan still standing still, Zhao Churin continued to speak coldly. She told him that since he had admitted defeat, then he shouldn't let everyone stand there watching a joke. Hurry up and fulfill your promise. However, inside Zhang Bisuan's head, he interpreted it in a completely different direction. He thought that Zhao Churin didn't want to force him to lose face, but was just finding a way to save face for him first. In front of the crowd, according to him, she only wanted to remind him that a real man must know how to accept defeat. Once he thought it through, Zhang Buxuan was immediately moved. He believed that he absolutely could not let down Zhao Churin's kindness. He turned to look at Ling Huhang, then gritted his teeth, and said, "Today I kneel because of Zhao Churin, not because of you." Seeing Zhang Buxuan actually walking toward him, Ling Huhang immediately panicked. In his head, only one thought remained. If he let the protagonist kneel in front of him, then he would surely die a tragic death later. Without time to think further, he immediately clutched his stomach, faked intense pain, and shouted, "Ouch! My stomach hurts so much, I have to go to the restroom." After saying that, he didn't even bother to look back. While running, he waved his hand to greet everyone. "Everyone, please enjoy your meal. See you in the restroom." In just a blink of an eye, he vanished from the scene. To him, staying alive was more important than any victory or loss. After successfully escaping, the system immediately showed a notification. The mission for Chapter 2 was completed. It began summarizing the rewards. Ling Huhang breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect to survive this time either. The system congratulated him and announced that the next 3 days would be a rest period to prepare for the new mission. Ling Huhang hurriedly asked how many points he received this time. The system replied, "The previous mission earned 100 points, raising the current total points to 2,333. Hearing that, Ling Huhang immediately got angry. He complained that the system was too stingy. He had to endure all sorts of dangers. Yet each time he was only rewarded with 100 points. While his identity as a villain was always close to death, the system still calmly explained that point calculation was based on a complete set of rules. Whether the reward points were high or low depended on the completion level and the performance of the host. In each mission, Ling Huhang could only helplessly ask, "With the current rate of earning points, when can I finally return to my old world?" The system explained that, since he transmigrated after being crushed by a billboard in the original world, to be resurrected, he must exchange points for a resurrection item. Hearing that, Ling Huhang immediately asked if his current points were enough to exchange for it. The system bluntly replied, "The resurrection item costs 888,888 points. Your current points are still very far off, completely insufficient to exchange." That answer made Ling Huhang even more desperate. He angrily scolded the system, "If you want, let me exchange, fine. But don't use that sarcastic tone just to annoy me." After calmly calculating, he became even more depressed. Each mission only gave about 100 points. The total was barely over 2,000 points. This meant he still had to complete over 8,000 more missions to meet the requirements for resurrection. Not to mention, after each mission, he had to rest for 3 days. At this rate, he had no idea when he could finally return. Thinking about that prospect, Ling Hu Hang just wanted to give up on everything. He even felt that staying dead might actually be more of a relief. However, the system continued to encourage him, saying that there was still plenty of time. As long as he completed his missions, more exceptionally, the rewards would also increase. But Ling Hu Hang only let out a helpless sigh, muttering, "I'm exhausted, let the world perish. I don't even want to be resurrected anymore." 3 days later, at the Ling Hu family's main hall, Ling Hu Hang, having just been teleported by the system, clutched his head in a daze. He couldn't help but complain, "Can't you upgrade this teleportation service? It makes me dizzy every single time." The moment he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by his family. Everyone looked at him with pitying expressions, constantly lamenting that Ling Hu Hang had become so haggard due to heartbreak. And it was all caused by the Su family. Being shaken back and forth by everyone, he felt like throwing up right then and there. Just then, the system's notification rang out. The entire plot has been successfully synchronized. Host is requested to continue striving to complete the mission with the highest score possible. Ling Hu Hang immediately understood. Today was the day the girl he loved was getting married. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This time, he had transmigrated into a tragic historical drama, according to the character's memories. The one in Ling Hu Hang's heart was named Su Haining. The Ling Hu family and the Su family originally had an engagement, but as the wedding day approached, the Su family suddenly changed their minds. They decided to marry her off to a poor groom named Ning Yi, who happened to be the male protagonist of this novel. Everyone in the Ling Hu family was furious on Ling Hu Hang's behalf, believing his sincere feelings had been given to the wrong person. Second, Uncle Ling Hu Shang angrily demanded to lead men to snatch the bride, even asking what right a pauper like Ning Yi had. Immediately, his younger cousin Ling Hu Tian spoke up to correct his words, saying they shouldn't go to handle him, but rather call it going to teach that guy a proper lesson. Third, Uncle Ling Hu Gang let out a sigh, reminding them that the two families had been allies for years. Ling Hu Hang and Su Haining had grown up together, so this should have been a beautiful marriage. Ling Hu Hang's father, Ling Hu Feng, also spoke coldly. The Su family was the first to betray our bond. From now on, the Ling Hu family no longer needs to associate with them. Hearing this, Ling Hu Hang was instantly startled. He couldn't help but think to himself, everyone talking about cutting ties sounds far too simple. Before long, the Su family will become the #1 merchant guild in the Tiangshuan kingdom. Moreover, Ning Yi will later become a figure whom every merchant in the world will try to find ways to curry favor with. If you intend to use cutting ties now as a way to punish them, then you truly don't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. Thinking it over carefully, he felt this matter wasn't worth getting worked up about. It was just his white moonlight marrying someone else, and the groom happened to not be him. At most, it was just a case of heartbreak. Besides, in his view, Ning Yi wasn't actually a bad person. If the Ling Hu family kept pushing him into a corner, it would sooner or later trigger his counterattack. Thinking this, he suddenly froze because he was already the villain in this story. Right at that moment, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone simultaneously looked at Ling Hu Hang with strange expressions. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, feeling as if he had just accidentally blurted out something he shouldn't have said. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. After a moment, Ling Hu Hung forced a sheepish smile, telling everyone to sit down and talk calmly. Unexpectedly, his father also nodded in agreement, thinking that perhaps they should just let this matter go. He even said that the romantic affairs of youngsters weren't worth the intervention of elders. Childhood sweethearts was just a poetic term. To put it bluntly, it was still an arranged marriage. It would be better to be generous and wish the young couple 100 years of happiness. Ling Hutian was still uneasy, whispering to ask if his cousin really thought that way. Since everyone here was family, there is no need to pretend to be strong. Len Ho Hang immediately smiled and replied that he was being completely serious. He was not pretending to be brave, but had truly thought things through. After speaking, he hurriedly told everyone that it was late, and they should all go back to their own rooms to rest. In his heart, he had only one thought: to seize the moment, before anyone discovered anything unusual, and quickly end this conversation. Because the more he spoke, the easier it would be to reveal his flaws. However, right after he left, the others looked at each other in confusion. Someone asked in a low voice, "Just now, did everyone hear the inner thoughts of Len Ho Hang?" Another nodded in confirmation, but quickly shook their head, saying that this absolutely must not be spoken of outside. Heaven's secrets must not be leaked. Even Len Ho Fong could not help but be shocked when he realized that the whole family seemed to be able to hear the thoughts of his son. Returning to his bedroom, Len Ho Hang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he lay down, he felt that something was very strange. Usually, after completing the plot synchronization, the system would talk incessantly. Yet today it was unusually silent. He tried calling out a few times, "System Adhong, System," but only silence answered him, making the feeling of unease in Len Ho Hang's heart grow stronger and stronger. At Len Ho Thin's courtyard, Tan Nuyet was constantly urging her son, scolding him because it was already this late, and the tutor had been waiting in the study for half a day. Yet he was still being lazy. Len Ho Thin immediately complained, telling his mother not to force him to read books anymore. In his opinion, only poor families living in huts with mud walls had to rely on studying to change their lives. As for him, the dignified second young master of the Len Ho family, born superior to others, why should he waste time reading? Tan Nuyet gently advised him, saying that since her son had grown up, he at least had to learn the teachings of the sages, so that he wouldn't be mocked by others later. But Len Ho Thin only waved his hand, saying he couldn't argue with his mother. But no matter what, he would absolutely not touch any books, because reading just made him look like those poor scholars. At the same time, outside Len Ho Hang's door, Len Ho Thin knocked and called out loudly, urging his cousin to open the door quickly. Awakened from a deep sleep, Len Ho Hang irritably opened the door and grumbled, saying that running over early in the morning to disturb someone's sleep was no different from digging up the graves of one's own ancestors. Len Ho Thin immediately chuckled and replied that since the two of them shared the same ancestors, whose grave could he be digging up? Then he hurriedly asked why his cousin could still sleep. When the news of his embarrassment had already spread throughout Tang Zhou, Len Ho Hang calmly asked back what happened. Len Ho Thin told him that the rumors outside were getting worse. Some people said Len Ho Hang was such a loser that the two family would rather choose a poor son-in-law than him. Others claimed he was a debauched playboy who would never amount to anything, and even fabricated that he was ugly and hadn't bathed in many days. Hearing this, Len Ho Hang just smirked to himself. He thought it didn't matter if people lied about him. But Len Ho Thien was the one who was truly pitiful. According to the plot, he was born the second young master of the Len Ho family, with a decent appearance, but because he was overly pampered by his parents, he knew nothing but pleasure-seeking. When the Len Ho family collapsed, he would have the most tragic ending, eventually being stripped of his clothes by the very scholars he once looked down upon, and thrown into a sack. When he was pulled out, covered in filth, the crowd even clapped and cheered, thinking that an illiterate person who looked down on scholars deserved such a fate. Just thinking about that was enough to make Len Ho Hang. Seeing him, Lang Hu Hang calmly said to Lang Hu Tian, "Don't pay any mind to what outsiders say," and then continued back into the bedroom. Unexpectedly, Lang Hu Tian suddenly changed his attitude, declaring clearly that from today on, he would study diligently, reading until he knew every word by heart, then participate in the imperial examinations, pass as the top scholar, and ride on horseback, parading through the streets to gain the admiration of all scholars. Lang Hu Hang looked at him, completely stunned. To change 180 degrees so suddenly early in the morning, it was like he had lost his mind. After closing the bedroom door, Lang Hu Hang began to feel uneasy again. The system had remained completely silent until now, not issuing a single new mission. He couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong with the system. If he just sat around waiting like this, would he be penalized for failing to complete tasks and have his points deducted? After thinking it over, he decided to stick to the original plot for now. Just then, a servant ran over to report that the young master of the Su family had sent someone with an invitation. Lang Hu Hang was about to ask where the invitation was, when the servant immediately explained that it wasn't a servant this time, but a young lady of the Su family, who had come in person to invite him to dine at Zuixian Lu. The master asked for your decision. If you don't wish to see her, he will send her away immediately. Hearing this, Lang Hu Hang felt it was strange. If it were Su He-ning, the servant would have used her name directly. So besides her, from the Su family, which other young lady would take the initiative to find him? Unable to figure it out, he decided to head to the gate to see for himself. Upon reaching the gate of the Lang Hu residence, he realized the person who came was indeed not Su He-ning. Lang Hu Hang looked at the young lady before him and politely cupped his hands to ask, "I heard that you, miss, came in person to invite me to Zuixian Lu, but I am not sure who you are." However, the moment he saw her face clearly, he was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Why is it you?" Lang Hu Hang, upon seeing the person in front of him, he blurted out in astonishment. Mao Shuyu was equally bewildered. She asked back, "Why are you so tense when I haven't even said anything yet?" In her heart, she quickly drew a conclusion. This guy is definitely pretending not to know me. Lang Hu Hang was still reeling in shock. He asked if she had come to deliver the invitation and invite him to dine at Zuixian Lu, or not. Mao Shuyu immediately replied, "Who else could it be but me?" That answer left Lang Hu Hang even more stunned. He couldn't believe this was actually happening. Seeing his reaction, Mao Shuyu became even more suspicious. It was clearly not the first time the two of them had met. Yet he acted so surprised. Could it be that he still intends to keep up this act? She immediately decided to play along with him. Len Hu Hang hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. He said he was just sighing out loud. Mao Shuyu immediately retorted. Last time they met, the two of them were as close as family. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were like strangers. Len Hu Hang could only force a smile. He replied that it was such a coincidence, because he was also about to say the exact same thing. Then he intentionally complimented her, that the blue dress she wore today looked better than the black one, with gold trim that she wore at the Dan family house last time. Hearing that, Mao Shuyu couldn't help but smile, because he still remembered exactly what she had worn. Meanwhile, Ling Hu Hang was panicking inside. He kept calling for the system to appear. As far as he remembered, Mao Shuyu was supposed to be the female lead of Four Seas Dragon Kings, Wild Song. So why did she appear in this book? Seeing him still pretending, Mao Shuyu pouted. She told him to stop acting. Did he think that just by changing clothes, she wouldn't recognize him? She even teased him, saying, "Could it be that because you couldn't marry your childhood sweetheart, to Taiyu Sonin, you've become this absent?" Len Hu Hang frantically told her to keep her voice down. But Mao Shuyu intentionally raised her voice louder. She even joked that this was his house. Do you intend to have an affair right inside your own home? Lang Hu Hang hurriedly covered her mouth, gently pulling her inside. Mo Kaiwei immediately pouted and complained of the pain. Just then, Ling Hu Hang's mother, Lady Wang, Ji, and Ling Hu Feng accidentally saw the two of them hugging and pulling each other in the courtyard. Lady Wang thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, but Ling Hu Feng saw the exact same thing. The two of them couldn't help but be surprised when they discovered that their son was being so intimate with Mo Kaiwei, who was considered Su Haining's older cousin. Lady Wang only found out about this now, while Ling Hu Feng said angrily, in broad daylight, to dare to have such intimate behavior is truly scandalous. However, Lady Wang still hurriedly advised her husband to calm down. She said Ling Hu Hang was easy to deal with, but Mao Kaiwei was still an unmarried lady. If they barged in now, it would ruin her reputation. It would be better to wait for her to leave, then the family can close the doors and talk about it later. Right at that moment, Qin Yuyu rushed over to report big news. She pulled the two of them to see Ling Hu Tian. This morning, he was adamant about not studying. Yet just now, he suddenly ran to the teacher, saying he wanted to study hard to participate in the imperial exams. Qin Yuyu was worried her son's head had been hit, which is why he was changing so unusually. Everyone immediately ran to Ling Hu Tian's room. At this time, he was holding a book and reading aloud. But he couldn't remember the next line of the great learning. He only stammered until the way of great learning lies in illuminating, then froze. Xiao Dohong, standing next to him, immediately prompted that the next word was virtue. Seeing this, Ling Hu Shang only sneered, thinking that with Ling Hu Tian's brain, how could he possibly study anything? 9 times out of 10, he's just pretending to be good to ask for more money from his parents to go have fun. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling it was lucky that he was still the same as before. Meanwhile, in Ling Hu Hang's room, he finally had a chance to ask Mao Kaiwei. He didn't understand why she had turned into Su Haining's older cousin. Mao Kaiwei also shook her head and said, I don't know myself either. While I was at the banquet, I suddenly saw a flash of white light and fainted. By the time I woke up, I was already at the wedding of Su Haining and Ning Yi, and I had the identity of her older cousin, sitting there combing Su Haining's hair. After hearing this, Ling Hu Hang found everything to be too unbelievable. The system had suddenly lost contact, and hadn't assigned a new mission yet. Yet, a character from the previous book had followed him into the current book, and even had a legitimate identity. Mao Kaiwei also turned to ask him in return. She wondered why he had personally gone to the gate to receive the invitation from the Su family. Could it be that you still have feelings for Su Haining? Ling Huheng immediately denied it, saying he wasn't crazy enough to go and crash the male lead's wedding. Doing that would be no different from seeking death. Mao Kaiwei became even more confused. According to what she heard in the previous book, he was always cursing Zhang Baixuan as someone who forces others. On the surface, you avoided him, but you knew very well he liked Su Zhaoren. Yet you still kept lingering around her. Hearing this, Ling Huheng suddenly paused. He immediately asked what she meant by the previous book Mao Kaiwei just mentioned. Could it be she knew she was a character in a book? Mao Kaiwei calmly nodded and replied, "It's exactly what you're thinking. I've heard all of your inner thoughts." Ling Huheng was shocked. He asked again, "What do you mean by heard it all?" Mao Kaiwei smiled to confirm. "Every single word you mumbled in your heart until now. I've heard clearly, not missing a single word." Ling Huheng still didn't dare to believe that Mao Kaiwei could actually hear his inner thoughts. He kept reassuring himself that she was just lying to him. But as soon as he saw Mao Qiwu's smile, his mind unconsciously blurted out, as expected of, "Worthy of being a female lead. Just one smile is enough to make one's heart flutter." Mao Kaiwei burst out laughing after hearing that. She asked if he liked watching her smile that much, or if he liked something else besides her smile. Ling Huheng immediately grabbed her. At this point, he finally believed it completely, that she could truly hear all of his thoughts. In his head, he immediately blamed everything on the system. It must be because the system still has too many bugs. That's why the female lead possesses this strange ability. As for the system itself, it remained silent, refusing to show up. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Mao Kaiwei spoke up helplessly. She asked why he dragged her into the room in broad daylight. Was it just to let her stand here and watch him space out? Ling Huheng quickly told her to stop causing a scene. Hearing that, Mao Kaiwei immediately brought up the incident at the hotel, at the Tan family's place, when he had secretly praised her for being hot. She even intentionally teased that if just looking at her was like that, didn't he want to verify it for himself? Ling Huheng immediately and frantically tried to explain. He clearly stated he was only fulfilling his role in the identity of the Ling Huheng from the previous book, not the guy who once had a sweet romance with her back in school. Mao Kaiwei just sneered after hearing this. She replied that she didn't care who he was at all. What mattered was, right now, there were only the two of them in this room. Then she asked him if he knew what this current situation should be called. Ling Huheng stammered. Before he could answer, his heart was already screaming incessantly. He felt that if they continued to be this close, things would spiral further out of control. Mao Kaiwei smiled and answered her own question, that this was a classic scene of a lonely man and woman sharing a room. Like fire near dry straw, it would eventually ignite. Ling Huheng tried to stay calm and warned her that playing with fire gets you burned. In the end, she would be the one to suffer. Mao Kaiwei didn't care at all. She even told him he should worry about himself first. In Ling Huheng's head, he immediately analyzed that in this novel, Mao Kaiwei was just a supporting character, while the male lead was Ning Yi, who didn't even have a harem. Therefore, nothing should happen between him and her. But just as he finished that thought, Mao Kaiwei discovered his entire train of thought. She burst out laughing. teasing him for always thinking about nonsense. She thought he was some kind of expert. But it turned out he was so naive. Just a single, normal action was enough to make him imagine all sorts of things. Hearing those provocative words, Ling Huhang's voice began to toughen up. He replied that if she continued to tease him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Mao Kaiwei didn't back down at all. On the contrary, she looked at him with great interest, then smiled defiantly, wanting to see if he actually dared to turn his bold words into action or not. Ling Huhang wearily opened his eyes and looked at Mao Kaiwei, then sighed helplessly, saying she really wasn't human. Looking up at the sky, he realized it wasn't early anymore. If they delayed any longer, everyone at the drunken immortal pavilion would be kept waiting, thinking about meeting the protagonist soon. He felt his limbs go weak. His back was sore, and his whole body didn't want to move. Mao Kaiwei immediately smiled threateningly. If he didn't get up, then they would go for another round tonight. Hearing that, Ling Huhang jumped up in a panic instantly. Not long after, the two appeared together at the drunken immortal pavilion. Today, the Su family had booked the entire Jade Lake Spring Room. As soon as they entered, a servant warmly informed them that everyone had already arrived. They were only waiting for the two of them. Ling Huhang just looked up and met Mao Qiyu's gaze. In his heart, he immediately cried out to the heavens. He could only beg her that as a married woman, she should stop looking at him with those eyes. If Ning Yi misunderstood their relationship, then even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away the shame. In the room at that moment were Ling Hufeng and his wife, Old Master Tu Ha Nin's parents, and all the family members on both sides. Lang Huhang just walked in and apologized for being late. At the same time, he did not expect that even his own parents were invited. It was truly a large-scale banquet. Lang Hufeng immediately called him over to take a seat, and Ning Yi smiled to ease the tension. He said this was just a family dinner, so there was no need to be so formal or apologetic. Hearing that voice, Lang Hang took a proper look at the man in front of him. This was Ning Yi, the protagonist, who would go on to dominate the business world of Tangzhou. Soon, the plot quickly surfaced in his mind. 25 years ago, the Ning family used to be a wealthy clan, but a fire destroyed everything. After growing up, Ning Yi was found by Old Master Tu. Then he was accepted as a grandson. He was married to Tu Ha Nin to be the Levine son. Ning Yi proactively cupped his hands to greet him. He said he had heard Tu Ha Nin mentioned that she had been cared for by Lang Huhang since childhood. The bond between the two was very deep. It was a pity he didn't have the chance to meet him on their wedding day. Lang Huhang hurriedly and politely replied. But in his heart, he thought differently. According to the plot, Ning Yi was also a transmigrator from the modern world. It's just that he didn't know which era the guy came from. Ning Yi continued to explain that recently there had been many rumors regarding his marriage to Tu Ha Nin. To avoid any misunderstanding from Lang Huhang toward the Tu family, today everyone specially prepared this dinner to clarify things. Hearing that, Lang Huhang immediately understood. He knew right away this dinner was not simple. But in reality, it was Ning Yi wanting to probe, to see if he still had feelings for Tu Ha Nin or not. But in Lang Huhang's eyes, the person in front of him was a future big shot. If he didn't suck up to him for peace now, he would be too stupid. Therefore, he immediately laughed loudly and bluntly, said he had absolutely no issues at all. In his opinion, Ning Yi and Tu Ha Nin were truly a talented man and a beautiful woman. A perfect match made in heaven. They looked incredibly compatible from every angle. He even explained he didn't attend the wedding just because he had a stomachache. He hoped Ningyi wouldn't overthink it. Childhood sweethearts don't necessarily have to become husband and wife. Between him and Tu-ha Nin, it was at most just a platonic friendship. Hearing those words, Tu-ha Nin felt as if she had been awakened from a dream. A bitter feeling suddenly rose in her heart. She could only mock herself, thinking that from beginning to end, the one who looked like a clown was actually herself. Standing nearby, Mao Thursday Nuyet was also bewildered. She whispered to her cousin, "Do you understand what these two men are talking about?" But then she shook her own head, because this matter fundamentally couldn't be explained. Just then, Ningyi suddenly stood up, apologized to everyone, and said he had some private matters he needed to discuss with Lang Huhang. Having said that, he invited him to step outside. Lang Huhang sighed and felt helpless, lamenting that even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand his own fate. Properly an elite student, who just graduated from Harvard Business School, yet just because he went to get a late-night snack in a dark alley, he was stabbed to death by a robber. Hearing that, Ningyi also smiled bitterly, said he completely understood that feeling. He recounted the moment before he was still excited, preparing to meet his online girlfriend of 8 months who would have thought had been hit by a falling advertising board and lost his life right on the spot. After Ningyi discovered his character had no parents left. His whole family had passed away, and he himself had become a son-in-law of the two family. It was his turn. Lang Huhang also told the truth that he didn't transmigrate normally, but transmigrated into a novel, and was forced to play a villain role with a system attached. A villain born just to be cannon fodder. Ningyi's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. He thought to himself, isn't that way too overpowered? If one already knows the entire plot, it's no different than holding a walkthrough guide for the game. Lang Huhang could only offer a wry smile, then replied, according to the original plot, I am destined to have my entire family wiped out later on. And the person who carries out the act is none other than you, Ningyi. Hearing this, Ningyi immediately fell silent. Seeing that the other party had nothing to say, Lang Huhang assumed he was truly contemplating the idea of killing him, so he waved his hands hurriedly, affirming that he was still counting on this big shot to protect him. Ningyi possesses the protagonist's golden cheat code, while Lang Huhang has the advantage of knowing the plot in advance. The two of them working together is the best choice. However, Lang Huhang quickly started thinking about another problem. Based on the current developments, he hadn't done enough evil deeds yet to live up to his status as a villain. If he is no longer a villain, will his transmigration system still function? Or not? Thinking about the system suddenly losing connection, he became even more suspicious that this was caused by Ningyi. Ningyi, after listening, also pondered and asked in return, could it be that besides you, there are other villains? While the two were still in conversation, inside the private room of Zui Shanlu, everyone started getting impatient, waiting for them to return. Someone suggested going outside to check, and sure enough, as soon as they stepped out, they encountered two Tosonin standing face to face with Lang Huhang. She coldly questioned, just what exactly do you want, Lang Huhang? Tosonin bluntly said, years ago, the elders of our two families did indeed mention an arranged marriage. But that was only a verbal promise. Now that Ningyi and I are already married, why do you still insist on pestering us? Seeing her misunderstand, Ningyi immediately stepped forward to explain. He affirmed that he and Ling Hu Hang had a very pleasant conversation just now, and even felt like they met too late. More importantly, Ling Hu Hang no longer has any romantic feelings for Tu Sonin. Lang Hu Hang also nodded repeatedly to agree, asserting that it was all just a misunderstanding. But Tu Sonin remained skeptical. She asked, "You two just met for the first time. How could you understand each other so well after only 10 minutes of talking?" She even suspected that Lang Hu Hang was threatening Ningyi. Lang Hu Hang immediately waved his hands to deny it, and even proactively raised his hand to swear. He said that since he was young, he had only seen Tu Sonin as a little sister, and absolutely never had any improper thoughts. If he spoke even half a lie, he would wish to be alone for the rest of his life, and have a miserable end. In his heart, Ling Hu Hang silently added that such an oath was originally meant for the Lang Hu Hang in the plot, not him, the Transmigration. Hearing those words, Tu Sonin finally began to believe him. Lang Hu Hang continued to smile, saying that she herself had once admitted that the engagement from years ago was just talk between the elders. From the beginning, neither of them had ever taken it seriously. Now that she had found the person she loves, he only felt happy for her. He didn't stop there. He turned to put his arm around Ningyi's shoulder and said, "Just now, we discussed it very carefully, mainly to advise Ningyi that he must treat Tu Sonin very well in the future." Having said that, Lang Hu Hang immediately urged everyone to return to their meal. In his heart, he felt extremely relieved. Finally, he had successfully formed an alliance with the future big shot. From now on, for the time being, he wouldn't have to live in fear of being killed by the protagonist. Thinking this, he happily raised his glass, drinking wine and picking at his food. Just as the atmosphere became comfortable, Grandfather Tu suddenly looked at Lang Hu Hang, then slowly said, "I have a few words I would like to say to you in private." Grandfather Tu looked at Lang Hu Hang and asked with a smile, "You two didn't get into a fight outside just now, did you?" Then, he slowly sighed, saying, "None of the descendants of the Tu family have enough talent. So I have no choice but to." He should entrust the entire burden of the Tu family to Tu Hanin. Initially, he sincerely wanted to marry his granddaughter to Len Ho Hang. But as the primary grandson of the family, Len Ho, how could he possibly come to the Tu family to be a Livian? He believes Tu Hanin is intelligent and capable. The future of the Tu family will surely prosper if placed in her hands. At the same time, he also hopes that if Len Ho Hang does not mind, then, in the future, the two families can still continue to help each other. Len Ho Hang could only force a smile upon hearing this. In his heart, he inwardly sighed. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Who would have believed this is the same person who was scolding the Tu family terribly just last night? The meal ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Nin even enthusiastically called out after him, saying that in 2 days when he is free, she would seek out Len Ho Hang again to discuss the next steps of the plan. Len Ho Hang immediately nodded in agreement. At that exact moment, Mao, Thursday knew yet, who was still standing nearby, watched him without blinking. Len Ho Hang could only speak in a low voice, reminding her not to stare so blatantly. His parents were still standing right next to them. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Madame Vuong stepped forward and pulled his ear toward the car, causing Len Ho Hang to cry out in pain continuously. Madame Vuong, still not satisfied with her anger, then Len Ho Fong coughed a few times, and clasped his hands to ask the master if there were any further instructions after this matter. Did he have anything else to say? Madame Vuong immediately glared at him, telling him to ignore him. It was just that he had been acting with too loud Taijia for too long and hadn't gotten out of character yet. Oh, let it be, Len. Ho Fong replied seriously. How can you treat the master like that? Madame Vuong was even more exasperated upon hearing this, reminding him that this is their son, not any sort of master at all. Len Hofong still nodded mysteriously, believing that surely the master found it inconvenient to reveal heaven's secrets. That is why he acted that way. Clearly, he still hadn't stepped out of his role. Returning to his room, Len Ho Hang immediately called out to the system repeatedly, but still received no response at all. He increasingly felt that the current plot was becoming very strange. Without the system's guidance, he was no different from driving blindfolded. Something could go wrong at any moment. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside, reporting that the princess had given birth. Len Hohang suddenly remembered, the wife of the third uncle is Princess Then Duong. And this is indeed the time she gives birth to a daughter. In the blink of an eye, the memories of the plot immediately appeared in his mind. According to the original script, the newborn baby girl would be secretly strangled by the midwife. Everyone would think the baby died of suffocation due to a difficult labor. That tragedy caused Princess Then Duong to suffer so much, she collapsed and became bedridden, ultimately allowing the third uncle's concubine to step-by-step replace her position. Not only that, the death of the child also caused the royal family to develop a grudge against the Lenho family, thereby accelerating the collapse of the entire clan. Thinking of this, Len Ho Hang's face changed instantly. He knew he absolutely could not let the baby die. Fortunately, there was still time. Just as the midwife was holding the child, muttering to herself that she would soon strangle this unlucky baby, a cold shout suddenly rang out from behind. Len Ho Hang lunged forward, shouting and questioning. In the middle of the night, where are you sneaking off with that child? In the third uncle's courtyard, the midwife hurriedly explained to Len Ho Hang that the young master was only used to playing around. How could he know how to take care of a newborn? If held incorrectly, it would be very dangerous. It would be better to just hand the baby over to her. Hearing this, Len Ho Hang pretended to nod and said, it seems he had misunderstood. Seeing that he was gullible, the midwife immediately rejoiced inwardly and continued, the baby hasn't cried since birth. A newborn not crying is not a good sign. Perhaps she wouldn't survive anyway. But deep down, she was secretly calculating. If the child were to die right in Len Ho Hang's hands, then that's for the better. All responsibility will no longer have anything to do with me. Ling Huhang remained calm. Holding the child in his arms, he slowly said, after all, I am the child's elder brother. Even if it truly has no breath left, it must still be given a proper goodbye. After saying that, he looked at the baby and continuously coaxed it, telling it to cry for him to see. In his mind, he thought to himself, in the TV dramas I watched before, all the doctors did it this way. It shouldn't be wrong. The midwife stood nearby, watching anxiously. Internally, she kept cursing him as a madman, even crazier than herself. But according to her, if the child really didn't survive, then it would all be Ling Huhang's fault. It would have nothing to do with her anymore. Fortunately, the movie scenes he had watched with his mother finally proved useful. Not long after, Ling Huhang held the baby and ran straight into Princess Shenyang's delivery room. The servants immediately blocked him, Saying this wasn't a place the eldest young master could just enter casually, Ling Hu Hang then loudly replied that he was bringing the child to see its mother. Everyone present thought he had gone mad. The princess had just lost her child and was in extreme grief. Yet he was still carrying the child in, which was no different from rubbing salt into the wound. Ling Hu Hang didn't bother to care. He immediately pushed everyone aside. At this time, Ling Hu Gang was still trying to comfort his wife, saying they were still young, and they could still have more children later. But Ling Hu Hang immediately interrupted. He asked loudly, "Who said the child is dead?" The entire room was instantly stunned. Ling Hu Gang frowned and shouted, asking what he was doing. "Don't you see how much Princess Shenyang is suffering?" Lady Wang also asked in confusion what Ling Hang actually meant. He coldly scolded everyone for being too foolish. Just because a midwife of unknown origin said the child was dead, everyone believed it immediately. He even scolded Princess Shenyang, saying it's often said a mother should be strong. Yet she had lost all reason. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Hang immediately brought the child before everyone. At that exact moment, the child suddenly let out a loud cry. The entire room fell silent. Princess Shenyang tremblingly took the child, both crying and overjoyed. She kept repeating that the child was still alive. Ling Hu Gang also couldn't believe his eyes. The midwife had clearly just reported the child had stopped breathing. Yet now it was perfectly healthy. Princess Shenyang immediately turned to question her husband. The midwife he personally found said the child was dead. But the truth was the baby was safe and sound. Ling Hu Gang only then snapped out of it. Knowing he had been set up, Princess Shenyang grew more furious the more she thought about it. She blamed him for letting others take her child away, right when she was exhausted after giving birth, without him even knowing. Then she held the child tightly in her arms and coldly ordered Ling Hu Gang to leave. No longer letting him hold the child, Ling Hu Gang could only continuously coax her, saying he would listen to everything she said, then quietly left the room. He told the princess she must look after her health after giving birth, and he would return to visit tomorrow morning. Walking outside, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He didn't expect the midwife to ruin the entire plan. At the same time, in Ling Hu Gang's study, a figure spoke in a low voice, saying that Ling Hu Hang appeared unexpectedly and ruined everything. The plan was completely exposed. Princess Shenyang also began to feel wary. It seems, from now on, the only way is to find another solution. Seeing that the child was safe and sound, Ling Hang also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to return. After walking for a bit, he suddenly heard the sound of someone reading a book, so he curiously peeked in to look. Inside was Ling Tian, who was diligently holding a book. Beside him were two aunties, Xiao Dohong and the servants, including Qin Yu. She caringly brought over a bowl of hashima and white fungus soup, gently telling her son to take a break and eat before continuing his studies. Ling Hu Tian politely replied that she should just leave it there. He would eat after finishing this passage. Seeing this, Qin Yu even ordered the servants to clear all the books off the table and lay out the pastries first. Hearing those words, Ling Hu Hang immediately sighed to himself. They say overindulging a child is no different from harming them. According to the plot, this very woman had always spoiled Ling Hu Tian excessively, causing him to become a person who only knew how to play and squander the family fortune. But just as he finished that thought, he noticed Ling Hu Tian's eyes suddenly light up, as if he had just realized something. He immediately understood that, from the very beginning, that pampering actually had an ulterior motive. While Ling Huhang was still surprised, Qin Yuyu looked at her son's dark circles and distressfully advised him not to stay up late reading anymore, as it would be very harmful to his health. Ling Huhang could only shake his head as he listened, feeling that her acting was truly too fake. However, Ling Hutian calmly asked her back, "Do you know why I suddenly became so diligent?" Qin Yuyu was also curious, and urged her son to tell her the reason. Ling Hutian then made up a story, saying he had met an immortal in a dream. In the dream, that deity said father only had him as an only son. But because he listened to the concubine too much, he later fell into a life of debauchery, squandering the entire family estate, and even sold the concubine herself to a brothel. After telling the story, he pretended to be worried and asked if it was just a dream. "It's definitely not true, right?" Hearing this, Qin Yuyu's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly clarified, "How could I possibly instigate my son to be a profligate and a waste? It's all because I'm too worried about your health." Ling Hutian then nodded with a look of understanding. After that, Qin Yuyu immediately called Zhuan Lan to pack up her things and left once everyone was out of sight. Ling Hutian turned around and smiled, asking Ling Huhang how his performance just now was. Ling Huhang burst out laughing, praising him for improving much more than before. But in his heart, he wondered. Unsure why, Ling Hutian knew he was eavesdropping outside. A few days later, the system finally had a response again. The moment he heard the system's voice, Ling Huhang was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly complained that while the system was missing, Fan Dingyi had begun bringing modern clothing store models into this world, making the business extremely prosperous. Although it was a good thing, he still felt a sense of unease in his heart. According to the plot, an early-stage villain like him was supposed to be a small fry who achieved nothing. But now the system had suddenly lost contact, and he didn't even know who the real villain was, making it even more impossible for him to feel at ease. Right at that moment, Princess Shenyang's voice calling out was heard from outside. As soon as Ling Huhang stepped out, he saw her carrying the baby all the way there. Surprised, he asked why the princess had come in person. Princess Shenyang gently replied, "If not for Ling Huhang that night, my child and I would have been separated by life and death. So today, I specifically brought the child to thank you in person for saving our lives." Ling Huhang hurriedly waved his hand, saying they were all family, and there was no need to be so formal. But in his heart, he instinctively sighed. Princess Shenyang is truly a devastating beauty. Even if she isn't the #1 beauty, she is still enough to be among the top in the world. He even secretly felt bad for third uncle, thinking he was truly blind. To have such a beautiful wife, yet still keep a mistress outside. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Princess Shenyang actually heard his entire inner monologue. Stunned, she asked back about Ling Hugang. Does he really have a mistress outside? Before Ling Huhang could react, the princess began to tremble violently. All her previous suspicions, it was immediately pieced together. She suddenly understood why the midwife wanted to harm her child. It turned out Lang Hukong had long wanted to push his mother, her mother, out of the Lang Hu family, to make room for another woman. In the depths of Lang Huhang's mind, the entire plot suddenly surfaced. The third uncle and that concubine didn't just want to harm the baby, but also conspired to ruin Princess Shenyang's health, to force her to leave the Lang Hu household. But he dared not say it out loud, knowing that if the princess heard the whole truth, she would surely be heartbroken beyond measure. Princess Shen Yang took a deep breath, then solemnly said that Lang Huhang had given her a new lease on life, to her and her child. She was absolutely not someone who would return kindness with ingratitude. She would definitely find an opportunity to repay him in the future. After saying that, she carried her child and left quickly, leaving Lang Huhang standing there in a daze, not understanding what he had accidentally said wrong. That caused the princess to change her expression and leave in such a hurry. Princess Shen Yang turned to instruct Xiao Kui, asking if she remembered what she had been told last night. Xiao Kui immediately nodded, saying she had remembered everything. She would closely shadow the princess's husband every step of the way, and as soon as she found out the location of the woman he was keeping on the side, she would immediately return to report it. After that, Princess Shenyang proceeded to the palace. At Trongnin Palace, a palace maid was adjusting a hair clip, while incessantly praising the aesthetic taste of the Princess Royal. Indeed, according to her, the flower clip today, combined with the dress the Princess Royal was wearing, looked even more beautiful and elegant than the original hairstyle. The Princess Royal smiled slightly with satisfaction. Just at that moment, a guard arrived to report that Princess Shen Yang had come to seek an audience. At the same time, at Ning Yi's clothing store, Lang Huhang walked in and thought to himself, today he had to see with his own eyes just how capable the protagonist really was. Upon entering the door, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. The female staff were all smiling and greeting customers, enthusiastically inviting everyone to browse freely. Reading the description in the novel, one couldn't truly feel it, but witnessing it firsthand, he realized this modern business model was truly too shocking for the current world. A female staff member quickly held up a new shirt, introducing it to a customer, constantly praising the luxurious style, noting how well it suited the other person's tall and handsome figure. The customer still hesitated, asking if the color was a bit too flashy, but the girl immediately and gently reassured him, saying that a handsome man looked good in anything, and he should try it on before deciding. Seeing this, Lang Huhang could only marvel. He definitely had to ask Ning Yi, where he dug up a team of 5 staff members, who were both sweet and dynamic like that. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from right behind him. Mao Shu rested her hands on her hips, looking at him with a playful smile, then asked what was sweet and wild. Lang Huhang startled and turned his head, not expecting to meet her here. Before he could ask, Mao Shu crossed her arms, reproachfully asking how long he intended to keep avoiding her. A few days ago, she told him to initiate contact, yet several days had passed without a word. So today, no matter what happened, it was all his own doing. Lang Huhang listened and could only smile bitterly, asking how she intended to punish him this time. Mao Shu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you scared?" Lang Huhang immediately replied that he was indeed scared. Scared to death. But it was the kind of death that made one enchanted. The two hadn't even finished speaking when Ning Yi rushed over, calling out loudly. As soon as he saw Lang Huhang, he immediately pulled him away, saying there was something very rowdy happening outside the door. Lang Huhang asked in confusion, what happened? Did he hire a theater troupe or a lion dance team to perform? Ning Yi shook his head immediately, pointing outside the door, saying someone had come to cause trouble. Hearing this, Lang Huhang could not help but feel surprised. Someone actually dared to come to Ning Yi's own turf to cause trouble. Yet, this protagonist was still calm enough to drag him along to watch the commotion. Tu Han coldly looked at the person opposite her, then retorted that if she didn't choose Ning Yi, would she choose him instead? Hearing this, Mo Rongyu, the young master of the Mo Rong family, immediately sneered. He assumed Tu Han was just acting out of sheer anger. He reminded her that he had once intended to marry her, but she had put on such an arrogant facade. Now, she had actually married a destitute man, even having to manage business affairs herself every single day. Just thinking about it made her look pathetic. Standing to the side, Lang Huhang looked at Mo Rongyu and couldn't help but be startled. This guy's appearance bore a slight resemblance to his own. He quickly realized that in the first half of the plot, those mocking words toward Tu Han were originally the lines of the villain, Lang Huhang. But because of his presence, that role seemed to have been transferred to Mo Rongyu. Ning Yi could endure it when the opponent insulted himself. But the moment he saw him attack Tu Han, his expression changed instantly. In his heart, there was only one thought. This guy is truly asking for a beating. Lang Huhang hurriedly stood by and advised Ning Yi not to be impulsive. Given to Han's personality and capabilities, Mo Rongyu was hardly a match for her. As expected, Tu Han immediately retorted coldly, asking him rhetorically if Ning Yi was a destitute man. Then what the hell was Mo Rongyu? Nothing more than a pot-bellied clay teapot. All talk and no substance. Lang Huhang could only sigh to himself after hearing this. Ning Ye's wife was truly formidable. A single sentence had rendered Mo Rongyu speechless on the spot. He was even relieved that he wasn't the one causing trouble today. Tu Han did not stop there. She said the people she hated most were those whose brains were only filled with romance, like Mo Rongyu. Hearing this, Mo Rongyu became even angrier. He loudly declared that out of respect for the Tu and Mo Rong families, being two of the three great aristocratic families in Ting, he had intended to propose a marriage alliance. Lang Huhang, standing to the side, became even more certain of his speculation. It seemed the system was automatically adjusting the plot. Because he was no longer playing the villain role correctly, Mo Rongyu had been pushed up to take that position instead. Mo Rongyu continued to spout insults, even saying he didn't mind that too. Nin had been toyed with by Ning Yi, yet she still didn't know her place. Hearing this, Ning Yi could no longer hold back. He immediately stepped forward, and Mo Rongyu's bodyguards hurriedly moved to block his path. However, Ning Yi used only one move, to make Mo Rongyu pale with pain. The opponent angrily shouted, asking him who the hell he thought he was to dare make a move. Ning Yi coldly replied, "If you're afraid of pain, you should keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind removing that useless chin entirely." Mo Rongyu could only grit his teeth, leaving behind a parting threat before taking his people and leaving in utter humiliation. The surrounding crowd also quickly dispersed. Lang Huhang watched their retreating figures and thought to himself, Mo Rongyu has truly tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the handful of rice. But then, he suddenly froze. If the villain role had shifted to Mo Rongyu, was he the real villain? Or was there someone else lurking behind the scenes? The more he thought, the more he felt the surrounding atmosphere becoming incomprehensible. Just then, Mao Thursday Nuyet suddenly appeared right beside him, startling him. She whispered, asking if he found Ning Yi a bit strange. Mao Thursday Nuyet said she had been secretly observing for a long time. According to her, Ning Yi possessed a very modern business mindset. Moreover, The way he just intervened to stop Mo Rongyu was exactly like the self-defense techniques of modern women. Lang Huheng was surprised and asked back, "Did you see it wrong?" But thinking about it, he still had to admit, when it comes to protecting and pampering his wife, this brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Mao Thursday knew yet, immediately shot him a sideways glance. Lang Huheng could only offer a wry smile, admitting his guilt, both rude and brusque. Not knowing how to cherish a beauty, only knowing how to bury his head in work. Mao Kaiwei blushed, scolding him to stop saying such improper words. Then she turned around and left, saying she was going out to see if there was anything else interesting. Looking at her retreating figure, Ling Huheng was lost in thought again. Although Ni Yi is a modern person who transmigrated into this world, but after all, she is still a character created by the author in the novel. As for himself, though he is a book transmigration, he also possessed a named villain character with a clear role. But only Mo Kaiwei is completely different from the two of them. She originally did not belong to this book. So why on earth did she appear here? Half a day later, Ling Huheng secretly brought Mao Kaiwei inside. He kept urging her to move faster. Don't let others find out. Mao Kaiwei looked confused, asking why two people acting honorably had to be as sneaky as thieves. Ling Huheng could only frantically tell her to be quiet. At the same time, outside, Lady Wang was delighted to see that scene, smiling and saying her son was truly capable, losing the marriage alliance with the Su family, yet quickly making connections with the Mo family. However, Ling Hufeng immediately shook his head. He reminded his wife that the Mao family and Su family are completely different. Mo Kaiwei is the beloved granddaughter of the old general Mao Shun, and General Mao has long had a relationship close with the consort mothers of the two princes, always standing on the side of the two princes. Meanwhile, the Ling Hu family has always supported the crown prince. If their son associates too closely with someone from the opposing faction, the crown prince might become suspicious. Lady Wang wasn't worried at all. She believed the crown prince was an enlightened person, not as narrow-minded as her husband thought. Furthermore, General Mao being close to the two princes is a matter of the previous generation. One cannot equate that with Mao Qiu's stance. Ling Hufeng could only shake his head helplessly, not wanting to argue further. He shifted to mentioning the matter of Princess Shenyang having recovered her health, and heard she was about to hold a full-month banquet for the child. Lady Wang snorted coldly as soon as she heard it, telling her husband beforehand that if Ling Hugang and Princess Xu have trouble in the future, she definitely will not side with her brother. At that same time, Princess Shenyang also just received news from Zhao Kui. She reported that she had clearly investigated the whereabouts of the woman the prince consort kept outside. The princess tried to stay calm, telling Zhao Kui to say everything, she could bear it. Zhao Kui slowly recounted that a few days ago. That woman also gave birth to a baby girl. Even the birth date coincided exactly with the young lady of the Linghu family. Neighbors even confirmed that on that day, the prince consort was with the princess, so he couldn't go take care of his mistress, causing her to fly into a rage. To soothe her, Ling Gang promised that the current marriage would not last. In the future, he would definitely bring her into the manor as his main wife. Hearing that, Princess Xunyang was completely stunned. She bitterly realized that to promote a concubine to main wife, the prerequisite was that the current wife had to disappear. If her daughter had really been harmed that day, She herself would surely have been so heartbroken as to fall ill. As long as Ling Hugang continued his schemes, everything would happen exactly as he desired. Thinking of her husband sharing the same pillow, plotting to harm her, the princess only felt her heart grow cold. Fortunately, thanks to Ling Huang, she was able to know the whole truth. Before it was too late, this favor she will remember forever. Returning to the private room, Ling Huang pulled Mao Kaiwei inside again, then hesitated for a long time without speaking. Mao Kaiwei waited for a while and lost her patience. Turning around to leave, in her heart, she was secretly disappointed. Thinking that this time, Ling Huang was bold enough to do something daring. In broad daylight, seeing her preparing to leave, Ling Huang hurriedly stopped her and asked truthfully. He had something he wanted to ask. Mao Thursday Nuyet told him to speak plainly if he had something to say. Ling Huang immediately asked her whether, when she transmigrated into this world, she had received any special mission or system. Mao Thursday Nuyet shook her head decisively, confirming that she had absolutely none. She only saw a flash of white light and then woke up. Here, besides that, she hadn't received any instructions or plot details at all. Hearing this, Ling Huang became even more confused. Everything was completely different from what he had speculated. He continued to ask about Taiyu Sonin, wondering why, even though they were both female leads, Mao Thursday Nuyet transmigrated here, but Taiyu Sonin did not. Hearing him mention another woman, Mao Thursday Nuyet immediately snorted coldly and scolded him, beating around the bush for half a day just to ask about someone else. Ling Huang hurriedly explained that he only wanted to learn about all the relevant characters in order to piece together the plot, and that he had never met anyone named Taiyu Sonin in this world. Hearing that name, Mao Thursday Nuyet suddenly paused. As if she had just remembered something, she said slowly, "The biological sister of the current crown prince also seems to be named Taiyu Sonin." At the same time, in the imperial palace, someone was reporting to the eldest princess that the person who had saved Princess Then Duong and the baby was none other than Ling Huang. Hearing that name, the eldest princess curled her lips into a cold smile. Finally, Ling Huang and she would be meeting soon. On the day of the baby princess's full-month banquet, the Lengho residence became extremely lively. Guests arrived in droves to offer their congratulations. Everyone was constantly uttering auspicious words. A joyful atmosphere filled the entire place. The eldest wife of the Lengho family looked around, then quietly asked Princess Thendu, why, since a while ago, had Lengho Kuang still not appeared? Outside, many guests had begun to wonder. The princess just coldly snorted and said, "Let him be, no matter his fate." She herself was also waiting to see what tricks he would pull. Just as everyone was preparing to start the banquet, Lengho Kuang rushed in. The princess immediately questioned him about where he had gone. He smiled sheepishly, explaining that he went to pick out a gift for his daughter. Hearing this, the princess became even angrier. Even for his own daughter's full-month celebration, he hadn't prepared anything in advance. Lengho Kuang hurriedly defended himself, saying the gift was already prepared. But he felt it wasn't worthy enough, so he went to look for another one. As he spoke, he took out a silver lock. The princess looked at the gift and gave a cold laugh. She asked, could it be that the daughter of Princess Then Duong herself is only worthy of a common silver lock? Lengho Kuang immediately made an excuse that girls have weak vitality, so silver locks are more appropriate. Gold locks, on the contrary, would not be good. Hearing this, The princess became even more furious. She asked point blank, "Then who did you give that gold lock to? Did you bring it to that mistress and her child outside? Did you?" Leng Ho Kuang's expression changed instantly. The princess said coldly that she knew everything. If he still wanted to protect that woman and her child, he had better hide them very well. Don't forget that the royal house has its own ways of handling things. Those around him might not be safe. Leng Ho Kuang was both angry and hateful inside, cursing the princess for daring to openly threaten her husband in front of so many people. Just as the atmosphere was at its tensest, outside, a loud voice suddenly announced the arrival of the eldest princess. Everyone immediately stepped aside to welcome her. Leng Ho Hang, standing in a corner, felt his heart pounding. He kept reassuring himself that it was just a coincidence of names. It must definitely just be a coincidence. But as soon as he saw the person walking in, his heart sank. It was Taiyu Sonin. Those around were surprised to see that the eldest princess seemed quite attentive to Leng Ho Hang. Leng Ho Hang could only lament silently to himself. Mao Thursday Nuyet had appeared too, so Nin had also appeared. So did that mean Bak Wian from the previous book would also appear soon? He hurried to turn and asked Mao Thursday Nuyet, "Do you remember if there is anyone in this world named Trong Bak Wian?" Mao Thursday Nuyet immediately shook her head in confirmation. "I have never heard of that name before, Chief." The Grand Princess then took out a precious piece of jade. She said it was an heirloom left behind by her late mother. Today, she presents it to the little princess to wish the child a lifetime of peace and safety. May her journey always be smooth, little Princess Then Duong. She hurriedly refused because the gift was too valuable. But the Grand Princess simply smiled, telling her to accept it. The guests nearby, witnessing the scene, could not help but exclaim in admiration. A child only a month old, being so cherished by the Grand Princess. Her future would surely be incredibly bright. While everyone was happily offering their congratulations, Leng Ho Hang was silently gnashing his teeth in hatred. He resented Princess Then Duan for making him lose face in front of so many people. Even the daughter she had just given birth to was being pampered to no end. Thinking of his mistress and her child outside, he felt even more bitter. Deep down, he swore to himself that later on, once he attained power, he would certainly seize every good thing for them. Just then, a secret piece of news began to circulate. The consort Leng Ho Hang had been secretly colluding with the second prince. The full-month celebration concluded, but the guests were still chattering incessantly. Everyone was marveling at the fact that it was rare for the Grand Princess to leave the palace, let alone attend such a banquet. Truly, it was a blessing to have seen her in person today. Her noble aura and her graceful demeanor made many mistakes her for a goddess descending to the mortal realm. However, at this moment, Leng Ho Hang was in no mood to appreciate her beauty. In his mind, there was only one thought. Taiyu Sonin is actually the Crown Prince's sister. This plot is becoming more and more unbelievable. Only now did he understand why the system had remained so calm, or even unresponsive. It turns out it knew all along that, no matter how much he struggled, the key links of the plot would remain unchanged. The Leng Ho family might not be wiped out by the Tu family as in the original story, but their downfall was already fated. Because they stood on the Crown Prince's side, the day the second prince overthrew the Crown Prince, the entire clan would be dragged into the abyss. And the Grand Princess was a staunch supporter of the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Leng Ho Hang felt his scalp go numb. For the sake of his family's survival, He absolutely must not get close to Taiyu Sonin. He kept muttering to himself. Grand Princess means the Crown Prince. And the Crown Prince means death. The Lenho family cannot die like this. He clutched his head, trying to come up with all sorts of solutions. Maybe I could use some lightning magic to strike the second prince dead. As soon as he thought it, he dismissed it as absurd. Finally, a more insane idea surfaced. How about a rebellion? As long as the second prince dies first, no one will be able to harm the Lenho family. Just then, someone called his name, but Lenho Hang didn't notice at all. His mind was filled with only one phrase. Forget it, I'll just rebel. After all, rebelling still gives me a chance to live. Killing the second prince isn't that big of a deal anyway. The people around him saw his dazed expression, and could only shake their heads. Assuming the young master of the Lenho family had truly lost his mind. Night fell, and Lenho Hang was about to sleep. Still busy internally, calculating how to execute the rebellion tomorrow, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice resound from behind him. He jumped in fright and turned around. Staring wide-eyed at Taiyu Sonin, he stammered, "Your carriage already left the estate, didn't it? Why are you still here?" Tu Sonin calmly replied, "The carriage left, so I just climbed over the wall to come back." Lenho Hang immediately turned pale and asked tremblingly, "Could it be, you heard things you shouldn't have?" Tu Sonin smiled and countered, "Are you talking about the thoughts in your heart?" Then, she nonchalantly admitted it. That's right, she heard everything. From his plans to stage a rebellion, to his intention to kill the two princes, she heard every single word, without missing a thing. Ling Huhang's face immediately contorted as he scrambled to explain. He simply wanted to survive. His lifelong wish was as modest as that. Xiao Churan lightly tapped his head and called him a fool. She said that he had thought of every possible way, but he had never once considered her. She was now the eldest princess. If the two princes truly intended to kill the crown prince, her own fate would not be any better. Instead of sitting idly and waiting for death, it would be better for the two of them to join forces. They should protect the crown prince before everything unfolded. Ling Huhang could only smile bitterly upon hearing this. He understood all of those points. But the more he understood, the less he wanted to step into this murky pool filled with foul winds and bloody rain. Xiao Churan, I just want to stay far away, just to keep my insignificant life. Xiao Churan only smiled at those words. She said that, in fact, she had only been asking casually. Then she took a step forward, staring directly into Ling Huhang's eyes and reminding him not to forget. Her current status was the eldest princess. If she truly wanted to have him, she only needed to enter the palace and ask the emperor for a marriage decree. Would he then still dare to resist? Hearing Xiao Churan mention the marriage decree, Ling Huhang was so terrified that he hurriedly urged her to stay calm. He desperately tried to explain that even if they took 10,000 steps back, the relationship between the two of them only existed in the previous world, within that novel, but as for now, each of them had their own identity and their own life. Why was there a need to continue this romantic entanglement? As he said this, he suddenly saw tears welling up in Xiao Churan's eyes. Ling Huhang immediately panicked. He hurriedly tried to soothe her, admitting he had gone too far. However, he still tried to explain. That logic was still logic. The truth is often hard to swallow. He even used the excuse of their current status to advise her to give up on the idea. Now, Xiao Churan was a relative of his family. If they truly got married, the seniority within the clan would be turned completely upside down. How they should address each other when they met later would also become a major problem. Xiao Qiran shook her head slightly. She said that it didn't matter. He could call her whatever he liked. Seeing that Ling Huhang still refused to agree, she immediately changed her tone. She reminded him that she knew every thought in his head, from the rebellion to the plan to kill the two princes. If he continued to refuse, tomorrow she would enter the palace and ask the emperor for an execution order to exterminate the 9 generations of the Linghu clan. Even without evidence, with the amount of doting the emperor bestowed upon the eldest princess, a single word from her would be enough to cause the entire Linghu clan to lose their lives. Xiao Qiran then calmly explained that she wasn't crying because of her feelings just now, but because she felt pity that a good person like Ling Huhang was about to die. Hearing that, Ling Hang immediately changed his tune on the spot. He gave a forced laugh and said that the marriage could, in fact, still be reconsidered. Xiao Qiran smiled meaningfully upon hearing this. She said that to give him more motivation to think, the two of them should just go ahead and consummate the marriage right now. Ling Huhang was struck with horror. He suddenly remembered that Xiao Qiran could hear his inner thoughts. Not knowing how to voice his words, he could only silently think to himself that he already belonged to Mao Kaiwei. In this world, Mao Kaiwei was the granddaughter of old General Mao Xun, and she had met him before Xiao Qiran did. The two of them were originally lovers, and now they were truly together. Because he didn't want Mao Kaiwei to be heartbroken, he couldn't cook the rice with anyone else. Xiao Qiran heard all of those words, but only burst out laughing. She told Ling Huhang that he had misunderstood. This wasn't a reward for him, but a punishment. Since it was a punishment, there was no such thing as letting the one being punished have the right to choose. Ling Huhang immediately felt wronged. He asked what he had done wrong to have to suffer such a punishment. Xiao Qiran looked straight at him and replied, "The Mao family has sided with the second prince. Yet you are with Mao Kaiwei. It's no different from biting the hand that feeds you. As a member of the Crown Prince's faction, naturally, I must punish you on the Crown Prince's behalf." Ling Hang didn't have time to react before Xiao Qiran drew near. He shyly asked if she was being childish. Xiao Qiran immediately laughed and replied, "She was a fox." Then she whispered for him to just kiss her. Everything was of her own free will. Before Ling Huhang knew what to do, Xiao Qiran provoked him with another sentence. She was only afraid he wasn't fast enough and not strong enough. Just as things had yet to settle down, the shout of a eunuch echoed throughout the manor. An imperial decree has arrived. Ling Hang and Zhang Buxuan knelt down together to receive it. The eunuch slowly read the emperor's decree. Upon hearing the content, Ling Huhang was stunned. There was only one thought in his mind. This is truly too absurd. After the decree was delivered, Zhang Buxuan then realized there were 2 imperial decrees issued from the palace today. One was for him. It was just some rewards of gold, silver, and jewels. But the other one shocked everyone. The emperor personally bestowed the marriage of eldest Princess Xiao Qiran to Ling Huhang. Zhang Buxuan was immediately in disbelief. In his eyes, even though the Linghu family was the wealthiest in Tangzhou, they were still just merchants. In the past, being able to marry a commandery princess was already a rare honor. But now, even the biological elder sister of the crown prince was bestowed in marriage to Ling Huhang. He immediately concluded Ling Huhang must have played some tricks behind the scenes. But right after that, Zhang Buxuan suddenly remembered something. The Ling Hu Hang in this world might very well be the same soul as the Ling Hu Hang from the previous book. Thinking of this, he gnashed his teeth in resentment, cursing that guy as a lingering ghost. Zhao Qiran was already a noble eldest princess, yet she was still clung to by Ling Hu Hang. Seeing Zhang Buxuan's agitation, the second prince only smiled to reassure him. He reminded him that from the betrothal to the wedding day, there was still a period of time. Then, the second prince slowly laid out a plan. In a few days, Consort Hui will host a flower viewing feast in the palace, inviting all relatives and high-ranking officials to attend. If Zhang Buxuan could make Ling Hang lose all face in front of everyone, then, given the emperor's loving nature toward the eldest princess, he certainly wouldn't let her marry a At that time, the imperial decree of marriage would naturally become void. After Zhang Buxuan heard this, he immediately nodded, agreeing and thanking the second prince. Then he secretly resolved to make Ling Hu Hang's reputation utterly ruined. Meanwhile, at the Ling Hu Manor, a familiar female voice suddenly echoed from the gate. Mo Kaiwei loudly called Ling Hu Hang's name, despite the servants' desperate attempts to stop her. Right at that moment, eldest Princess Zhao Qiran also appeared. Seeing her, Mao Kaiwei couldn't help but curl her lip. Zhao Qiran also calmly responded, saying that today both of them came looking for Ling Hu Hang. So why not go in together and see who he would ultimately choose? The manor servants, seeing the two meet, were immediately panicked. They ran to report the news. In just a moment, the atmosphere became as tense as a bowstring. As soon as Ling Hu Hang stepped out, he was interrogated by both women at the same time. Mao Kaiwei crossed her arms and demanded that he immediately choose between her and Zhao Qiran. Ling Hu Hang could only cry without tears. In his mind, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and be done with it. Zhao Qiran then turned to remind Mao Kaiwei that the Mao family originally stood on the side of the two princes, while the Ling Hu family belonged to the crown prince's faction. If Mao Kaiwei truly wanted to side with the Ling Hu family, would her clan ever agree? Mao Kaiwei immediately replied with full confidence. She said her grandfather loved her the most. As long as she spoke up, switching their support to the crown prince would not be a difficult matter. Zhao Qiran only smiled upon hearing that. She reminded her that she was the crown prince's biological sister and held the imperial decree of marriage in her hands. She asked Mao Kaiwei what she had to compete with her. Mao Kaiwei did not back down either. She boldly declared, the Mao family currently holds 500,000 heavy cavalry in their hands. The value of that army is greater than any imperial decree. Ling Hu Hang, standing between the two, was utterly helpless. He asked them to find another place to argue. But the moment he heard the figure of 500,000 troops, he suddenly froze. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at Mao Kaiwei and asked a serious question. That stunned them both. The Mao family already holds 500,000 soldiers. So why haven't they thought about becoming the emperor themselves? Hearing Mao Kaiwei mention the 500,000 strong army Ling Hu Hang finally understood why. The two princes could compete equally with the crown prince. With such a massive power backing them, even if the two princes were not particularly outstanding, they would still be strong enough to fight for the throne. Mao Kaiwei saw him in deep thought and smiled triumphantly. She said he now knew how powerful the Mao family was, didn't he? Therefore, she was fully qualified to compete with Zhao Qiran. Zhao Qiran immediately countered, reminding her that all along Mao Kaiwei was the one without any status. In the previous world, The one with a marriage contract with Ling Hu Hang was her. In this world, she also had the imperial decree of marriage. The latecomer was clearly Mao Kaiwei. Mo Kaiwei refused to show weakness and calmly replied that between her and Ling Hu Hang, there had long been a special relationship. Something that not everyone could have. Zhao Churen's brows furrowed upon hearing this. She would not allow Mao Kaiwei to continue calling Ling Hu Hang by such an intimate name. The more they spoke, the more tense it became, leaving Ling Hu Hang standing in the middle, clutching his head in frustration. He felt like he was the one suffering the most, being constantly dragged into their argument. Mao Kaiwei remained very confident. She said with the backing of the Mao family's 500,000 troops. Even if Ling Hu Hang wanted to break the engagement later, the emperor might not necessarily blame him. The most important thing was that he got to choose the person he truly liked, rather than letting others decide for him. Zhao Churen just snorted coldly after hearing that, thinking Mao Kaiwei was being overconfident. Just as the atmosphere was reaching a breaking point, the sound of a decree being announced rang from outside. Ling Hu Hang felt as if he had met a savior, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The eunuch entered to read the emperor's imperial decree. The emperor specially invited Ling Hu Hang 2 days later to the palace to attend the Flower Appreciation Festival. Ling Hu Hang hurriedly knelt to give thanks, considering it a temporary escape from his current predicament. 2 days later, the Flower Appreciation Festival officially began. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly emitted a warning sound. Ling Hu Hang was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. He repeatedly called out to the system, hoping for an explanation as to why the characters from the previous book were appearing in the current world. However, the system only continuously issued warnings about detecting errors and repairing data, then suddenly disconnected. Immediately after, Ling Hu Hang had a severe headache and fainted. But when he woke up, he found himself lying in a strange room. Zhao Churen, sitting beside him, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She said he had been unconscious for half an hour. The carriage driver saw him pass out and immediately reported it. That was why she brought him back to her chambers to care for him. Just then, a maid entered to report that the 2 princes had arrived. Hearing this, Ling Hu Hang hurriedly stood up and said that for an unmarried man and woman to stay together in a private chamber was improper etiquette. He should leave first. But Zhao Churen immediately stopped him. She said, "You have just woken up. Your health has not yet stabilized. Leave the matters outside to her to handle." Before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. The second prince walked in, laughing as he chided his elder sister. "You haven't even married yet, and you're already being so cold to outsiders." He quickly caught sight of Ling Hu Hang, already in the room, and smilingly called him brother-in-law. Ling Hu Hang was startled, hurriedly saying he dared not accept such an address. At that very moment, Trong Bak Wien followed closely behind. Seeing him still kneeling, the second prince laughed, telling him that since they were all family, there was no need to be so formal. Trong Bak Wien stood up, but his gaze toward Ling Hu Hang revealed a cold and calculating look. Upon seeing Trong Bak Wien, Ling Hu Hang immediately became wary. He really had transmigrated to this world. The 3 important characters from the previous book were all appearing one after another. Meanwhile, the system kept reporting errors, flickering in and out of signal. Ling Hu Hang immediately turned vigilant. This transmigration was clearly beyond his expectations. If he were to die, he must at least know what he died for, Mao Thursday. Knew yet, standing nearby, could not hide her astonishment. She did not expect Trong Bak Weon to have followed them here, and to have even become an aide to the second prince. The second prince calmly offered a seat to Lang Hu Hang, then turned to the grand princess, saying that the emperor doted on her very much, even letting her decide her own marriage. But she could not keep Lang Hu Hang by her side indefinitely without an official title. If this matter were to spread, it would not only damage the grand princess's reputation, but the Lang Hu family would also face punishment. Tu So Nin calmly explained that Lang Hu Hang had only suddenly fainted. Many people in the palace had witnessed it with their own eyes. She had only brought him there to rest. The second prince smiled, saying he was only concerned for his elder sister, then immediately ordered Trong Bak Weon to take Lang Hu Hang's pulse. Trong Bak Weon bowed his head to accept the order. Lang Hu Hang was immediately on alert, while Mao Thursday knew yet whispered, amazed, that Tu So Nin actually dared to confront Trong Bak Weon hidden. Trong Bak Weon stepped forward and politely asked the grand princess to step aside so he could examine the patient. He added that if Lang Hu Hang really was ill, it would help to preserve the grand princess's reputation. Lang Hu Hang understood Tu So Nin's status in this era, so he took the initiative to thank her for her concern and agreed to let Trong Bak Weon take his pulse, though he secretly plotted in his mind. After many transmigration cycles, he had accumulated quite a few props. This time, he could use this opportunity to counterattack his opponent. Before Trong Bak Weon could act, Lang Hu Hang asked one more question. What happens if he cannot cure the illness? Tu So Nin coldly replied that deceiving the royal family would lead to imprisonment, or even a grave charge if it were serious. Then, she asked the second prince what position Trong Bak Weon held that allowed him to freely enter the inner palace according to the rules. Men wanting to enter here must have an imperial decree. Except for you. The second prince was momentarily speechless, only saying he would personally apologize to the emperor later. For now, they should prioritize treating Lang Hu Hang's illness. At that moment, Lang Hu Hang suddenly coughed violently, his complexion as pale as someone seriously ill. Tu So Nin and Mao Thursday knew yet were both startled, thinking he was truly ill. Only Lang Hu Hang knew he had just taken a special potion obtained from his previous mission. This poison far surpassed the medical arts of this world. No one could possibly identify it. He only needed to wait for Trong Bak Weon to finish the diagnosis, then he would detoxify himself. Trong Bak Weon began to take his pulse, but the more he felt, the more he frowned. The pulse was sometimes as strong as a tidal wave, sometimes as weak as spider silk, flickering in and out. It was completely unlike any illness he had ever encountered. The more he examined, the more baffled he became, even suspecting it was a rare and exotic poison. The two princes impatiently asked for the results. Zhang Buxuan slowly responded that Lang Hu Hang would not survive the night. Zhao Shuren's expression immediately changed. She couldn't believe that even Zhang Buxuan was helpless. He insisted that even if all the famous doctors in the world were summoned, the outcome would not change. Upon hearing this, Mao Kaiwei immediately flew into a rage. She didn't believe Lang Hu Hang would die so easily. She even declared that if something truly happened to him, she would certainly not let the matter rest. At this moment, Zhao Shuren suddenly remembered the agreement from earlier. Zhang Buxuan had once promised to treat Lang Hu Hang. When reminded, he could only make excuses, saying, That great medical skill does not mean being able to cure every disease. Ling Hang calmly looked directly at his opponent. Then he asked him if he was truly certain he was about to die. Zhang Buxuan remained extremely confident, asserting that it was an incurable illness. In his heart, he was even secretly gloating. If Ling Huhang died, Mao Kaiwei and Xiao Shuren would eventually belong to him. Even the entire world would later fall into his hands. Right at that moment, Ling Huhang burst out laughing and bluntly called him a quack. He declared that he could find anyone who would be able to cure his illness. Zhang Buxuan only sneered, thinking that Ling Huhang, because his illness was so severe, was starting to have hallucinations. He even advised him to prepare for his funeral soon. Ling Huhang immediately proposed a new bet. If he was still alive and healthy 3 days later, then Zhang Buxuan must strip off his shirt at the city gate and dance in front of the common people. Ling Huhang's heart was perfectly calm. He understood Zhang Buxuan better than anyone, because the entire content of the previous book was different. Deep in his memory, the opponent indeed had talent and schemes, but he was also too conceited, always believing himself to be invincible. In the previous book, everything was favored by the plot, so he always emerged victorious. But this time is different. This is no longer the old world. Meanwhile, Zhang Buxuan still stood there arrogantly. In his heart, he even thought about how after Ling Huhang died, he would burn joss paper every year to commemorate his rival. Just once. Princess, I am tired and wish to rest for a moment. I wonder if I am offending you? Xiao Shuren shook her head slightly. I was the one who brought you here. Rest at ease. She turned to the two princes. Brothers, young Master Ling Hu has been diagnosed with a serious illness. Can we let him rest? The two princes smiled coldly. Of course, since you are already so ill. I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Oh right, sister. The Prince of Qi is also attending today's banquet. Ling Huhang stood up and cupped his hands. I shall take my leave. As soon as they left, Xiao Shuren immediately asked in a low voice, Are you really all right? In the previous book, Zhang Buxuan was famous for his brilliant medical skills, wasn't he? He wouldn't have misdiagnosed, would he? Ling Huhang smiled and took out a pill. I'm fine. While they were talking earlier, I used a type of medicine to deceive him. This is the antidote. He'll be fully recovered in just a moment. Xiao Shuren breathed a sigh of relief but still chided him gently. You were far too reckless. Ling Huhang shook his head. Don't worry about me anymore. The one you should worry about right now is yourself. Worry about what? The Prince of Qi, whom the two princes mentioned, came for you. According to the original plot, he came to propose to the eldest princess. Though the emperor once promised to let you choose your own marriage, for the sake of the interests between the two countries, he will eventually agree to marry you off to the state of Qi. Xiao Shuren frowned. Isn't it my father? Who gave me the right to decide? That was before the Prince of Qi appeared. In the imperial family, affection often has to make way for the big picture. She looked at him reproachfully. If you knew beforehand, why didn't you say anything? Ling Huhang sighed softly. The plot has deviated far too much now. I can no longer be certain of what remains true. Besides, in the beginning, I didn't even know you had transmigrated here with me. Tu Sonin firmly stated. No matter what, I will never agree to this marriage. Ling Huhang hurriedly lowered his voice. The palace is full of prying eyes. She asked, then what should we do, Ling Huhang? He pondered for a moment and replied, crying or protesting is useless. We must think of another way. Tio So Nin thought for a while and then proposed an idea. But Lang Huheng immediately shook his head. No, that would only make things worse. He explained that in this era, no matter what happens, a political marriage can still be forced through. Tu So Nin sighed softly. Then, is there really no other way? Lang Huheng looked at her and said, there is still one. In the original story, the crown prince loves his sister very much. If the crown prince succeeds to the throne later, he definitely won't let you be married off to another country. Tu So Nin was startled. You mean? Lang Huheng nodded slightly. Everything is far different from the original work now. Mao Thursday Nuyet and Trung Bak Wian have all appeared in this world. Ninat is also a transmigrator. The storyline has completely changed. Given Trung Bak Hyen's personality, he will absolutely not be content with just being a subordinate to the two princes. Sooner or later, he will make a move. If we just sit and wait, we will only become his pawns. Tu So Nin looked at him for a long time and whispered, then, from now on, we will face this together. Lang Huheng smiled. At the very least, in this world, I will not abandon you. Inside his heart, he thought to himself, the Tu So Nin of the previous book was built to fall in love with Trung Bak Wian. Yet the person standing before me right now seems completely different. He only hoped she couldn't hear those thoughts. Tu So Nin smiled softly. Don't worry. This time I only heard half of it. The two looked at each other and walked outside. Lang Huheng said, the banquet is about to begin. My poison has already been cured. If anyone asks, just say you treated me. Tu So Nin nodded, understood. But let's keep today's events between the two of us. Lang Huheng continued. I still need to confirm the situation with Mao Thursday Nuyet. Tu So Nin narrowed her eyes. You want to go see her? Lang Huheng smiled helplessly. What I care about is the 500,000 heavy cavalry of the Mao family. Tu So Nin crossed her arms and looked at him. Then swear to me that you are seeing her for the greater good, not out of personal affection. Lang Huheng immediately raised his hand. I swear. Tu So Nin only then smiled with satisfaction. All right, then let's go. But remember, keep the big picture in mind above all else. Lang Huheng helplessly shook his head and walked with her toward the banquet. The two princes were still suspicious, so they asked Trung Bak Wian, is Lang Huheng really ill or not? He immediately affirmed with absolute certainty, but as soon as he finished, he froze. He recalled the calm expression, the full confidence of Lang Huheng just a moment ago, and began to doubt himself. A diagnosis that should have been infallible. But if even transmigration could happen, then perhaps the other party was also hiding some scheme. Hearing that, the two princes agreed and asked further. Trung Bak Wian immediately analyzed that if Lang Huheng dared to bet his life, he must have prepared an escape route. When the two princes asked for the next plan, he coldly replied, if Lang Huheng said that he only needs to survive for 3 days for me to lose, then the simplest way is to ensure he doesn't survive past those 3 days. Hearing that plan, the two princes were very satisfied and laughed aloud, wishing Trung Bak Wian early success. And he confidently asserted, I will definitely not let you be disappointed. Meanwhile, Mao Thursday Nuyet deliberately teased Lang Huheng, asking if he intended to wash his hands of everything between them. Lang Huheng could only smile bitterly. Still, Mao Shuyu immediately used the excuse from the previous book. The two of them originally had an engagement, to refute that, but he also frankly stated, He is no longer the Ling Hu Hang, who was obsessed with her in the past. In response, Mao Shuyu didn't care at all, and even brazenly declared, no matter which world it is, she will make him belong to her. Hearing this, Ling Hu Hang could only take it as her officially pursuing him. But he also made it clear, he is not the type of person who is easily swayed. But internally, he silently marveled. The Mao Shuyu of this book is completely different from before. Not only bolder, but also makes others hard to predict. Unexpectedly, as soon as he thought about it, she immediately caught him, because she heard his inner thoughts again. Ling Hu Hang could only look blankly, asking just how much she could hear. And Mao Shuyu just smiled mysteriously, then told him to guess for himself. She continued to tease that he clearly likes her very much, but keeps acting tough and denying it. Ling Hu Hang did not want to dwell on it further, using the excuse that the imperial banquet was about to start, so he had to go see the little prince of the Qi Kingdom first. Well, Mao Shuju just smiled and saw him off. At the same time, in the grand hall, the second prince proactively invited the crown prince to drink, then suddenly dropped a shocking piece of news. He alluded that the eldest princess is keeping a close male companion. That person is Ling Hu Hang. He even intentionally insisted that the two had an inappropriate relationship. The crown prince immediately denied it and affirmed that his imperial sister would absolutely never do such a thing. But the second prince refused to stop. He continued to mention that the emperor is planning to marry the eldest princess to the little prince of the Qi Kingdom. If those rumors spread outside, then not only the eldest princess, but even the crown prince would be implicated. Seeing the other party getting increasingly outrageous, the crown prince immediately asked straight out whether he was intentionally threatening him or not. The second prince pretended to be innocent, saying it was all out of concern for his big brother. Just then, Ling Hu Hang walked into the grand hall. The second prince immediately pointed at him and smirked, and the crown prince maintained a calm expression, asserting that the marriage of the eldest princess has not yet been decided. She knows exactly what she is doing, so there is no need for others to interfere. Seeing that he didn't achieve his goal, the second prince just gave a cold laugh and returned to his seat, dropping a suggestive remark that sitting in this position truly provides an interesting perspective. Hearing the second prince's implication, the crown prince also started to doubt, could Ling Hang really be the special person to the eldest princess? And yet, I never knew about it until now. At the same time, Ling Hang also noticed Zhou Cheng's whispered something to the crown prince, and the latter kept glancing toward him. The intuition of a cannon fodder immediately kicked in. He knew trouble was coming, so he quickly, secretly, became vigilant and tried calling the system repeatedly, but still received no response at all. That made him even more bewildered, because ever since he transmigrated into this world, the system has been virtually missing. No missions, no guidance, nothing. Ling Hang could only speculate for himself that perhaps he would have to find his own way to the finale. Thinking it over and over, he found the situation increasingly strange. The antagonist he was supposed to face, Ning Yi, has now become a friend. The substitute character is not a concern either. Finally, he could only think of one possibility. His true objective in this book is Trong Bak Wien. Recalling the unfinished ending of the previous book, he became more convinced. The two were brought here to continue their duel. The only thing is, Trong Bak Wien is now both a strategist for the second prince and holds all kinds of schemes in his hands. Just thinking about it gives him a headache. Just then, Mao Shuyu suddenly appeared by his side. Lang Huheng was startled. She brazenly reminded him that, with the influence of the Mao family, no one would dare stop her from entering or leaving the main hall. Before she could say another word, she discovered that he still carried the scent of Tiu Sonin on him, so she immediately questioned him. Just then, Trong Bakwien interjected, deliberately calling Lang Huheng a shameless person, so that Mao Thursday Nuyet would soon see his true colors. Unexpectedly, Mao Thursday Nuyet was not only unmoved, but also bluntly declared that as long as Lang Huheng turned back, she would always wait for him. Trong Bakwien immediately asked how far he and Taiyu Nin had progressed. Lang Huheng did not hide anything, merely helplessly stating that Taiyu Nian's current status was that of the eldest princess, while he was just the son of a merchant, so he had no choice but to go along with it. Hearing this, Mao Thursday Nuyet immediately asked if he was only being forced. Lang Huheng could only smile bitterly, saying half-jokingly that everything was too chaotic and they shouldn't pressure him anymore. However, Mao Thursday Nuyet frankly expressed her feelings, and even scolded him for lacking the spirit of a protagonist. Lang Huheng had to explain that at this moment, the most important thing was to stay alive. He was just a cannon fodder, and if he wasn't careful, he could lose his life at any time. How could he have the mind to think of other things? Hearing this, Mao Thursday Nuyet was extremely decisive. She said the Mo family controlled 500,000 heavy cavalry, and as long as he agreed to be with her, she would find a way to persuade her grandfather to stand by him. The only condition was that from now on, he must treat only her well, and must not continue to care about Taiyu Sonin. Just then, Taiyu Sonin appeared. The two immediately faced off, neither willing to concede to the other, both declaring they would compete fairly. Mao Thursday Nuyet even turned to demand that Lang Huheng think carefully, because this decision would affect his own future. That scene made Trong Bakwien mistakenly believe that Taiyu Sonin had started to get jealous for his sake, so hope flared up in his heart. But the crown prince was the complete opposite. Witnessing the eldest princess's reaction, he immediately realized that Lang Huheng was definitely not a male concubine as the two princes had framed him to be. He had almost fallen for their scheme to alienate them. After calming down the eldest princess turned to look at the crown prince, then seriously asked if her younger brother was truly prepared to do anything for her. The crown prince did not hesitate to confirm that it was a promise to their mother. Hearing that answer, the eldest princess said just one sentence that made the crown prince hold his breath. She wanted her younger brother to quickly become the emperor too, so Nin suddenly asked the crown prince a question that left him frozen in place. Seeing her brother still bewildered, she urged him, asking if he agreed or not. Then, as if suddenly remembering the emperor was right above, she lowered her voice. The crown prince hurriedly reminded his sister that she must not say such things in front of their father. Then, he choked up, saying that if the emperor really forced her to marry into another country, the two siblings would be forever separated. By then, she would be alone in a foreign land, letting others decide her fate. Even if he became the noble crown prince, he still couldn't protect his sister, and could only helplessly wait for the bad news. Seeing the crown prince so agitated, Taiyu Nin hurriedly reassured him, telling him not to be impatient. For now, they should calmly observe the situation. She did not force him to make an immediate choice, because if their father changed his mind and revoked the imperial decree, that would be the best result for everyone. This scene immediately caught Trongbak Hyen's eyes. He realized the crown prince was flustered, while the eldest princess was too calm. There was definitely something unusual between the two. His subordinate beside him also whispered that the eldest princess and the crown prince seemed to be hiding something from everyone. Trongbak Hyen immediately started to speculate. Xiao Shuren must be complaining to the crown prince about Linghu Heng's actions. Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately chimed in, thinking that if the eldest princess truly developed an aversion to Linghu Heng, then they would have an opportunity to wait for the right moment to eliminate him. Zhang Baixuan immediately reminded them to watch their words, as this is a palace banquet where walls have ears. Just then, a sudden secret report was delivered. The subordinate reported that he personally heard the second prince and his confidants discussing things like flirting or getting rid of someone. After hearing this, Zhang Baixuan only calmly replied that he already knew. Then he told everyone to quickly return to their seats, because the banquet was about to begin. Shortly after, the emperor made a grand entrance. The civil and military officials knelt in unison, shouting, "Long live the emperor." The emperor smiled and told everyone to rise, then announced, "Today we host a banquet to welcome the young prince of Qi, and to further foster the friendship between our two nations." The young prince, Qi Feng, also stood up. On behalf of the monarch of Qi, he offered his greetings, expressing his honor at being granted an audience with His Majesty. Then he raised his cup to toast for eternal peace and prosperity for the world. After the toast, Qi Feng took the initiative to invite the eldest princess to share a drink. Xiao Shuren only coldly replied that she was already finished, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The emperor immediately scolded her for being impolite, while also ceaselessly praising the outstanding demeanor of the young prince. He even mentioned that in the court, countless noble ladies secretly admired him. Then, the emperor suddenly asked Qi Feng if he already had someone in his heart. The young prince did not hesitate at all, frankly admitting that there was someone in his heart. Ling Hang, seeing the other's gaze directed towards him, secretly groaned that things were not good. Meanwhile, the emperor was extremely pleased, thinking that if he could arrange a marriage between the young prince and the jewel of the imperial family, then the northern borders would become even more secure. Thinking so, he immediately asked Qi Feng directly if he was willing to marry the eldest princess. The young prince was overjoyed, hardly believing it was true, and repeatedly asked to confirm if His Majesty was telling the truth. Knowing it was not a joke, he immediately knelt to give thanks. However, right at that moment, a decisive voice suddenly echoed through the great hall. That person firmly opposed this marriage. Just as someone was thanking His Majesty, inside the great hall, a voice of firm opposition rang out. Who would dare to be so bold as to defy an imperial decree, right in front of the emperor? It was as if they no longer wanted to live. Everyone looked back, only to discover the speaker was a young lady. Mao Kaiwei knelt and reported, saying she did not approve of this marriage. The other person had also intended to step in to stop it. But who would have thought Miss Mao would be a step faster? He couldn't help but feel annoyed. But he still reassured himself that as long as His Majesty rejected her advice, he would have the chance to draw attention. The emperor looked at Mao Kaiwei and told her to explain her reasons. Mao Kaiwei immediately stated that an occultist in her house observed the stars last night, and said the eldest princess is the Wook star descended to Earth, carrying the heavy responsibility of protecting the national fortune. If she is married away, it might affect the grand scheme of things. Hearing this, many people secretly cursed the daughter of General Mao, thinking she had truly gone mad, daring to fabricate stories about celestial signs right in the Great Hall. Even at a palace banquet, she didn't know how to maintain her limits. Mao Kaiwei still begged His Majesty to consider carefully, while that guy secretly thought, this time, it might have to be his turn to step forward. But currently, it was still too early. So he would let the situation get a bit more tense. He also realized that this little girl must have heard his inner complaints just now. Knowing the emperor was inherently superstitious, she fabricated this story to scare him. I can't believe she actually fell for it. Ma Thursday knew yet. I just hope that guy's inner thoughts can reveal a bit more. His eyes kept staring at me, making him feel confused. He didn't know if she was calling for help or cursing him internally. The emperor was also swayed after hearing that, admitting that the alchemist Mo Ra was indeed effective, but the imperial decree had already been issued. How could it possibly be retracted? Deep down, he was growing anxious. He cursed the officials standing below as if they were pieces of wood, wishing for a few more people to step out and offer advice, to give himself a way to step down gracefully. Yet, the whole court remained silent, infuriating the emperor. After spending so much silver to support these officials, when the time came, not one of them could say a word. Just then, someone spoke up in opposition. The emperor looked at this person and found him unfamiliar. So he asked who he was. The man identified himself as Len Hohang, a member of the Lenho family invited to the palace banquet. Knowing he was a relative of Princess Then Duong, the emperor asked why he also disapproved. The other guy saw Len Hohang get ahead of him by one step. He whispered a curse. That guy loves to show off. But he thought that him stepping out at this moment wasn't the right timing at all, because His Majesty had already made up his mind to marry Sonin off. In his heart, he told himself that Sonin should rest assured, even if she were to be wedded off, he would definitely go and snatch the bride. He absolutely would not let her marry that little prince. But right after that, Len Hohang caused a commotion throughout the entire hall by stating that the princess has a terminal illness, and that she might not have much time left to live. The princess immediately flew into a rage, demanding to know if he understood what he was saying. The little prince was also suspicious, thinking this was a charade intentionally staged, because they didn't want to marry the princess to him. Len Hohang hurriedly explained that he knew a little medicine. Last month, he had taken the pulse of the princess at the Then Duong mansion. If His Majesty didn't believe him, he could summon the imperial physicians to verify. The princess listened, looking stunned, not understanding when she had become seriously ill, while inwardly protesting that she would definitely not take any medicine. At this moment, Trong Bak Weon, the guard of the two princes, also stood out, claiming he understood medicine, and requested permission to take the princess's pulse. Though annoyed, she still let him examine her. Deep down, she grew even more suspicious. Who exactly directed today's play? After taking the pulse, Trong Bak Weon reported in a stern voice that the princess indeed would not live for more than 3 more days. The two princes immediately refuted him, saying their imperial sister's complexion was rosy. How could she be sick? They even scolded him for risking the charge of deceiving the throne. Trong Bak Weon calmly replied that he dared not speak nonsense in front of the throne. His Majesty could summon the imperial physicians to confirm. The emperor anxiously asked Sonin, "What on earth is going on?" And the princess took the opportunity to say that she had fallen severely ill. "Father, how could you have the heart to marry me off to a distant country?" The emperor immediately announced, "Anyone who can cure the princess's illness, I will certainly bestow a great reward upon them." The imperial physicians took her pulse one by one, then simultaneously knelt to beg for mercy, affirming that the key in the princess's body was in total chaos. All 5 internal organs were damaged. They had absolutely no way to save her. The princess immediately became furious, believing that she was still perfectly healthy and active as usual. Yet everyone was saying she was about to die. It was truly absurd. But in her heart, she couldn't stop doubting. What exactly had Len Ho-hang done to her? Or was it all just his plan? But thinking back and forth, besides the time he took her pulse earlier, he hadn't done anything else. The imperial physicians could only lower their heads in shame, blaming themselves for their shallow medical skills, failing the emperor's trust. The emperor, hearing this, grew even more anxious, painfully asking if anyone else could save his beloved daughter. The princess immediately turned to question Len Ho-hang, demanding he explain clearly. Just then, Trong Bak-Wien seized the opportunity to attack, saying Len Ho-hang was the first person to discover it. The princess's illness was being deliberately kept secret. Suspecting ulterior motives, Len Ho-hang needed to be interrogated thoroughly. Len Ho-hang just smiled to himself, impressed by his opponent's masterful skill at shifting blame, before calmly replying that ever since he learned of the princess's condition, he had been restless day and night, searching for a cure. It was only this morning, before entering the palace, that he finally managed to find the divine medicine and the appropriate prescription. Unfortunately, it would take 49 days to refine. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately assumed that it would be too late to save her. Deep down, Trong Bak-Wien calculated that if he could take this opportunity to eliminate Len Ho-hang, while also sacrificing Tu So-nin, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. However, Len Ho-hang calmly finished his words, asserting that although the medicine required 49 days to be completed, he had a way to keep the princess alive for 3 days. That was precisely why he had opposed her marriage to the Ti kingdom. Trong Bak-Wien immediately sneered, saying that since Len Ho-hang's own life was like a candle in the wind, how could he possibly save anyone else? He even declared that he had taken Len Ho-hang's pulse this morning and concluded that his opponent would also not live for more than 3 days. To him, it was all just a lie, to drag the princess down to the grave with him, even going so far as to ask the emperor to punish him for his insolence. Len Ho-hang remained completely calm, thinking to himself that if Tu So-nin hadn't accidentally given him this idea today, he wouldn't have had such an excellent retort. As for Tu So-nin, she finally realized that he had definitely done something to her. But at least this way, she wouldn't have to marry far away. Len Ho-hang immediately challenged Trong Bak-Wien to a bet. If he did not die, then his opponent would have to strip naked, run to the city gate, and dance. And if he truly managed to save the princess, what price would Trong Bak-Wien have to pay? Just at that moment, a strange series of warnings suddenly rang out continuously, reporting an intrusion of abnormal data, and that a repair was in progress. Len Ho-hang was momentarily distracted, causing everyone to hurriedly ask what was happening. But he only replied that he was fine, and continued to pressure Trong Bak-Wien to accept the challenge. At this moment, everyone noticed that Trong Bak-Wien had suddenly changed completely. From his eyes to his expression, everything was different. He coldly said, that Ling Huheng would definitely not win. And furthermore, even if he did not act, the princess would not be in any danger. Ling Huheng immediately linked this change to the system warning that had just appeared, guessing that Trong Bak Wien had also received some kind of system or special ability. Just as the situation became increasingly tense, the princess took the initiative to ask for permission to rest, intentionally stopping the two from continuing their wager. She also advised the emperor to prioritize the peace negotiations with the prince of the Tay Kingdom, saying that even though she only had 3 days to live, there was still enough time to handle everything. The emperor, seeing his daughter so understanding, was deeply moved, and immediately declared that whoever could save the princess would be granted any one condition they desired. But if both failed, they would both be sentenced to death. The court was quickly dismissed to allow the princess to return and rest on the way out. Tu Sonin noticed that from the beginning, Ling Huheng had been frowning, so she whispered to ask if the situation had changed. Ling Huheng immediately used telepathy, saying that Trong Bak Wien was very abnormal. His personality had changed too abruptly, so he suspected that his opponent also possessed a system. Tu Sonin admitted that she felt the same way. Thus, they both decided to find a secluded place to discuss it further. On the other side, the two princes saw that Mao Thursday Nuyet was close with Ling Huheng again, and they couldn't help but feel annoyed, because Mao Thursday Nuyet originally had an alliance with them. Trong Bak Wien immediately spoke up to reassure them. He affirmed that with his assistance, the grand enterprise of the two princes would surely sail smoothly. Len Huheng decided to tell Mao Thursday Nuyet the whole truth. He admitted that he was a transmigration, constantly moving between plots under the guidance of a system. Every time, he had to play the role of a villain, and his only mission was to find every possible way to survive. He also revealed that Tu Sonin and Trong Bak Wien originally belonged to the world of the previous book, and only because the system malfunctioned did they transmigrate to this current world with him. However, what surprised Len Huheng was that Mao Thursday Nuyet was not at all astonished. She calmly said she had known everything for a long time, through his inner thoughts, even when Len Huheng stated that she was just a fictional character, a paper person existing within a book. Mao Thursday Nuyet remained extremely calm. She reasoned that if transmigration could occur, then the fact that she was a fictional character was not worth worrying about. Furthermore, she even asked him back, who could be certain that Len Huheng himself is not a character in an even larger book? That question left him completely stunned, as he had never once considered that possibility. But he quickly pushed that thought aside, because a much more dangerous problem lay ahead. Len Huheng recounted that on the Great Hall, the system suddenly displayed a series of warnings and repeatedly reported abnormal data deletion. From that moment on, the attitude of Trong Bak Wien also changed in a puzzling way, leading him to suspect that that guy had obtained a new kind of power or instructions from the system. Combined with the scattered signals before that, he worried that the plot was about to take a completely different turn. Len Huheng also admitted that he had previously made a bet with Trong Bak Wien right into Sonian's bedroom, that the guy would not be able to cure his own illness. After that, he also seized the opportunity to make Tu Sonin contract the same illness to ensure his victory. But now, all his calculations were at risk of collapsing, so he was forced to prepare an escape route. Hearing about the incident in the bedchamber of Tu Neen, Mao Thursday knew yet immediately changed her expression. Then asked him bluntly if he went there actively or passively. Lin Ho Hang fumbled, explaining that he had suddenly fainted. So Neen had someone take him to her chamber to rest. However, Mao Thursday knew yet focused only on this detail. Then reminded him that he had admitted on the Great Hall that the perfume scent clinging to his body was because he had been intimate with Neen and suspected he had faked fainting to approach her. Lin Ho Hang hurriedly defended himself, saying that he really had fainted. It was just that the events that happened afterwards were completely beyond his expectations. Mao Thursday knew yet did not bother to listen any further, just smiled dangerously and said, "Tonight, I will definitely make you know the consequences of daring to lie to me." Lin Ho Hang had not yet had time to explain, when she had already dragged him away. Despite his constant insistence that it all stemmed from the system malfunctioning. Finally, it was Mao Thursday knew yet who had to soften her tone and admit defeat, asking him to let her go. Lin Ho Hang teased that just a moment ago she was aggressive, but now the one surrendering was her. Mao Thursday knew yet blushed and scolded him for being excessive, saying she was only joking a little, but he took it seriously. Lin Ho Hang replied that she dared to interrupt when he was discussing important matters, so such a punishment was still too light. He continued to pull her closer, saying he wanted to finish what they had left undone earlier. Mao Thursday knew yet was both embarrassed and hurt, asking who was more important in his heart, her or Neen, and why he had to choose between the two of them. At the same time, she accused him of treating her like an easy girl. Lin Ho Hang just laughed, reminding her that he was a villain by nature and had never claimed to be a gentleman. However, Mo Kaiwei still spoke firmly that even if he was a villain, she still wanted him to belong to her alone. Ling Hu Hang looked at her and replied that it all depended on whether she had enough capability to keep him or not. Just then, while the atmosphere between the two was extremely ambiguous, the eldest princess's people suddenly rushed in to find Ling Hu Hang. The servants hurriedly reported that the young master was still resting, but immediately after that, the urgent calls from the eldest princess also rang out.